And yes, this is WrestleMania.
Who's walking?
This is a street fight. Anything goes. You only win via pinfall or submission. And McIntyre wasting a little time going after Priest, belts underway. And here we go. Dan Engler, the official in this matchup. McIntyre misses roundly. Priest sends him over the top rope. And this is going to be an ugly one, folks. And I mean that in a great way. Priest stabs an elbow, takes out McIntyre.
Anything goes here in this Sin City street fight. Oh, Priest with a big time right.
Well, McIntyre gave it his best shot of that jump start, but that doesn't work, and your opponent is immediately back on top. He may be time to panic stations for the big Scotsman.
And again, McIntyre cashed in money in Bank for some last year.
Come on. I'm about to bring your bed again, okay? Come on. I'll be back. Come on. You wanna walk with me? Come on, let's go. You want to keep walking behind me? No, go. We're going back in there. You in there, going up. Let's see what you doing there. What you doing here? Oh, you kids? Okay. Ooh. Hey, ready to go to bed? Ready to go to bed, fella? Ready to go to bed, fella? Huh? Ready to go to bed? Come on, girl. Come on. Let's go. Come on. I got you, baby. Yeah. You good? Good. All right, let me see. You want to see what's going on over here? My baby. My baby. I got you. Alright, so we're gonna put it over here first.
Tired of endless searches for reliable Chinese suppliers? Meet Axio, your 2025 AI-powered sourcing agent. Tell it your needs, and it matches you with verified manufacturers at factory-direct prices. Not sure if you can trust the suppliers? Ask Axio to verify them. Perform a background check.
Charlotte Flair will be joined by the Climbers Now tournament. Division 3 break.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name for War Games, every single one of you. In War Games, inside a double cage, 5 War Games participants. Tsunami. 5 putrid, and the devil himself to introduce you.
Hey, yo, Denver, why don't you shut your mouth? Because in fact, I got 5 things.
Whole crew on Monday Night Raw. You just pissed off Logan Paul. When I created the bloodline, the numbers game always wins. 1 means you're about to get your asses whipped.
You actually think the Usos will show up alone?
They're still running.
He's over here! He's over here! No, he's over here! He's over here! Come on! Let's get him back! Let's go! Where you at? Last time for all that. Last time for all that. Stepping on Moto. You gonna get you stepping on Moto.
I cannot wait for this one. Match plus so much more. Steve Lyons is the United States gold on the line. A lot of bad blood between
Every once in a while.
in this industry rivalry, and this is going to be as physical as they come. Resolved or forgotten. It is the first paint straight week that the Ilya Dragunov, the legacy of the Dragunov, defended on Friday nights. Ever to be pinned on John Scorchins tonight.
Sandwiches! We can settle this with a sibling.
Help you fall asleep more easily. And the Ergo Pro Smart Base to help soundscape mode. It's synchronous. It's the only smart base. During the Tempur-Pedic.
Jason. I named you.
So watered down. Tide cleans the stuff that others do.
We're surprising fans with a twist.
On the Experian app. They show me Experian.
Fifth and last all week.
All week.
All week?
Haven't you heard? I'm the Wicked Witch.
A tournament match. Later on, Johnson McDonough. And here comes the champion now. Both competitors led with their heavy. The Mad Dragon still in it. And the Club 15 special. Take another look at the Club 15 special. 2003. Defended at night. Been on the line in this town since time. The United States Championship was by the late great Eddie Guerrero. Basic still the waist lock on. And another German. Wow! German suplex to the universe. Throughout the duration of this job, the challenger. I thought he was setting up McDonough for the down elbows on the United States title reign, and now reigning instead deliver those. Whoa! JD going for another Constantine special. Whoa! Allow it to happen again. A Spanish flutter. What a counter! Into the cover! And a kick out. Brother Gargano would bode well for his Judgment Day.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Goodness!
And Ragnar, an exchange, his brainbuster headings around now. Brainbuster! Who's out? With a kick to the face. Top rope, Rusev has the ladders. Oh! Back to his feet. Balance the momentum and above all, this match has been a tremendous United States title. Now powerbomb to the gut. There's the head. We see the closing moments, a thunderous power. Continues tonight in the Mile High.
Yeah, well, you know I only did this for you.
You and me need to have a chat.
So, let me be clear about a couple of things. Because you put him on your War Games team, persona non grata. I understand that Drew McIntyre is persona non grata. As for Bronson Reed, have a great show. And you're not nice to Logan.
210 pounds! Big Bronson Reed!
I was taking that title from you, it's going to be dead and alive. Yeah, you're really just Don't worry about it. We got a tag match later tonight. Come on, lock in.
This business, we wish his family and friends. Carmelo Hayes, I asked Hayes, what is strategy that first mistake which will allow Hayes to take control? 1 year it's already been. But if he can be the man, oh man! See, I talked to Carmelo today. He told me that will last you a lifetime. He already defeated Bronson Reed. It's about embarrassing and punishing and what drives these competitors could, because this is Carmelo Hayes, the man who's forgotten that. And now Carmelo Hayes, the great counter, and Hunters, the newcomers, and here's the cover by Hayes. Exhibition, look who's here. Carmelo Hayes made one mistake. Battle, anytime you battle any member of the division, that's literally crazy. You didn't have to, you're just that successful. Now look at the angle high across the shoulder now. Now goes Hayes. Breaker calls it a deception. I love it. Yeah, I thought he was the Maverick. He did everything on his own. Yeah, maybe not demo. Hold his Hayes on. Here comes Hayes. Oh, what a knee. Versus Goliath in 2025. David, opportunity off the second rope. Flying close. Deep trouble here, Corey. Look at that. That leg drop. Reed shucks Hayes away momentarily, but now he runs into a boot. Reed on spaghetti legs on the apron. And now it's... Hayes though. Now he goes to the front splash. By a picture perfect cross splash. Let's take another look first at DDT. Wow, the power, the world's strongest. Nobody home. Get involved again. Hayes now. First 48. What's Hayes doing? He's taking on everyone. Put Reed away. Oh, up rope. Capturing Reed, driving. Going for nothing but net again. And Reed needs to pay. Turn breaker. Intercepted. Jimmy, and the fight is now on. Still underway. And Hayes back into the ring. And remember, this matchup still. This has taken the entire vision, but crossroads. Captain's in the ring, and the officials counting. Paul Hayes, tapped down. Hayes advances. One of the biggest wins in Hayes' career. Drew McIntyre. You're probably the best in that group, but it's never better than a Rhodes. Lesnar, Brock Lesnar, Mr. Heyman, look at me. You build them, and I'll beat them. See you in San Diego. It's ready for war. Cole, the American Nightmare. You want to stand beside in a fight? That's what it's going to take, Cole. That's what...
Reschedule.
Because now the 5 of us are standing here, united tag teams from the United States of America over the last retreat, but no matter what happens, we're brothers. Jay Nakamura. MSD. Mira. El mejor equipo. Survivor Series elimination match and a tease. You can see the fun. He took out that frustration on both Frazier and Akram. Big time problem. Yeah, Fraxium former. Perhaps as a tag team, as a tandem, they could. Fraxium came to be, as does
Axiom, Nathan Frazier, and Frazier. Long way Frazier has. Good God. How about that? To find anyone that moves around the ring like a... Off that splash, Frazier with too. So that's who he used to smart to take out the bullies. Certainly. Time will tell. The result of this one day take on the Wyatt Chicks. Absolutely. It's up and over. Go! Axiom.
Here, the holidays are here, and
I'm not ready.
And into the steps.
Set. Tom, no.
Under the security guard.
What happened to the evil wizard?
It's in Blazers up to 70% off. And
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon. Bringing your 18. Snickers satisfies. Can I help you, sir?
WWE Money in the Bank kickout ring.
Everything on the menu with Braun's
WWE.
They can be Frazier. And then the Frazier now we're going to pick up lightning speed into the cut and go. Frazier. Down the shit. We don't learn from the past that dudes are repeated. Stomp to the fingers. Big knee rock. Now a double team on DIY kick break. Nathan Frazier is sent crashing to the outside for it. Banish Frazier! Down goes Tampa! Gargano with the cover on the wing, thanks to his wife! And a beautiful Spanish fly from Axiom. And it allows him. And this is what a ride or die does. Coming out wide with a big win in the tag team division. Nonetheless, DIY. Saturday nights. The Judgment Day. Big Penta live next. Live beyond my ears, Cole. It's a prodigy. Penta's in action tonight on Smack TV. MX Alliances live on WWE. Now with Penta and Balor. And this has been the man who eliminated in that night matchup, and now we're underway. Penta Balor. Here comes the Prince, raining down. Finn Balor had one match with John Cena. Both tasted international success. One was a great superstar. Title here in WWE. Saturday night's man of that over on Peacock. It's with John Cena's final up, gonna fly. Oh, over the top, down goes Brock. Big kick from Balor. Trying to get nice as Balor goes face first into the turnbuckle. He's in the quarterfinals in the tournament. That's an incredibly dangerous competitor. Overconfident. So, look at that. We're gonna have to teach you. Hey, another look at this. You know what comes next? Two. Sling blade by Balor. Blade with a coup de grace, but nobody home. What's up? Oh, goodness! Cover, isn't it? Orders on the base of his neck. But Finn able to... Oh! Destroyer! Penta able to capture Balor. Here is your winner!
Mighty Morgan's making an example out of Sam. Don't even don't stand a chance. Tell him though. You ain't got enough ammo to take out my family tree. You close to it.
Charlotte and Rhea. Listen, at the end of the day, Charlotte is these four are two different duos rupture. A massive cage surrounding.
At MSG, and that's a real big problem for them. And who is fake? I'm going in there with the right people. More like my friend over here, Io Sky. I know if anything were to go down. And then we have Alexa and Charlotte, the most decorated women within this division. I know that I can trust them. And in War Games, you're gonna need 5. fifth member.
Supposed to do. She's another one-sided AJ Beckham beat Lynch Monday night. Becky's been on with Maxine Dupree, one of the biggest upsets A's to the opposition. Cutlass, and Nia are laying traveling since. But right now, the Kabuki Warrior, AJ cost Becky the Intercontinental title. We're ambushed, assaulted from behind. Charlotte, Alexa, Rhea, and taking out Io Sky. But Kairi Sane, this match my point valid call. Now trying to fight back in this thing. She gets him out, Nia Jax. It looks like we have the fifth member of our team. And Becky Lynch now.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else is no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir. What?
Happy color. Color by number. Install and go.
Now, get your white flags ready, Ric Flair.
It was a major equalizer. The OTC was.
The TC won dominance.
To Paul Heyman's shocking acquisition, Vision's War Games team. Well, the beast incarnate Brock Lesnar told him.
What will happen in San Diego?
The team's off.
And now we're just 5 days away.
Build up 5 on 5. We know where we're going. The series. The only question left. When we're heading for war in San Diego at Suckers, which team gets the advantage? Find the answer to that out later on tonight.
See! Acknowledge me!
Friday night, Cody Rhodes called War Games his book. Buster SmackDown began that night with by the end. Bloody Cody will attack. It was an enraged Cody who got revenge again. Here in Oklahoma City, this big pop center against the Vision, and now makes his way through to arrive in the ring with so much steaming on Saturday. Dare history with a man who now will be his.
By Drew McIntyre on SmackDown may well have been as QB1 and nearly served to enrage the Cardinal era, simply didn't finish the job against WWE Champion.
Unlike any others, two men who can inhale everyone. Two men who can light him in the ring out and praise him. Two superpowers. Here in Oklahoma City, sharing a ring.
So, Oklahoma City!
What do you want to talk about?
Admittedly, I thought this that you are indeed a man of your word would be different. I acknowledge, but the last time you gave me your word, this is war. It was for a match. This time, not. I told everybody could listen why I was involved. What's in this for you? The War Games, I guess I'm just like everybody else.
What's in it for me? On my check. I've been in this. Last time war. You're just now joining. I don't like you. You don't like. And this is the thing, like me, we don't even really know each other. And there's one thing I know about you, that are that well. We don't play around. And last time I checked, half of this team, when it comes to our family, is my family. This team, they were in and before they were on the line, Usos for a long time, and I'm here to, and that means I've been invested in the, see that investment through. Understood.
Then all I can say is, welcome to my team.
Here's your world heavyweight champion, CM. You people may have a claim to calling it.
Lemonade. Download today and get started.
Can I say Carlos Sainz's full name before I make a trade on Kraken? Let's find out. 550 confirmed. Easy. This can't be his full name. Carlos Sainz Vasquez de Castro se enamoró con Rebollo, Berto Moreno de Aranda, Don Uyelagoria, Perez del Polar. I won. I'll take that. Trade crypto in 2 syllables flat with Kraken.
Willing to face Brock Lesnar immediately. Wearing the last time we saw Punk was at MSG. He was the one with the kendo stick in hand in the midst of the War Games.
Opponent he's scared of, certainly braver than he's off for. CM Punk has never met an most, but we are now getting a little taste of match in history. Resume what has to be the most star-studded War Games pedigree, notoriety, all and all inside one cage. This Saturn Ego 10 men who have it all today at Survivor Series.
Rhodes, Reigns, 3 ultimate headliners.
Did you see Roman Reigns? Roman certainly not used to bristle when Cody referred to him as his team. Playing second fiddle to anyone, neither is CM Punk for that.
Is it great to be alive on a Monday night in Oklahoma? Our city on rock. OKC. Acknowledge
for it, and the occasion is this in Major League stealing the best material. But listen, there's an occasion. Sports terms is an all-star. I'm just here to say that I'm glad Cody's got your word. War games. So me, personally, I don't need your word because I figured when I saved your life.
Saved my life.
Me and you were cool. I remember last year at War Games.
And then 4 months later, you ruined it.
So I ruined your life to give you a reason to stab me in the back. But I'm honestly not worried about you doing that. You're stabbing your cousins in the back. And because if you stab me in the back Saturday at work on family, Woody, he wouldn't put his Roman Reigns wouldn't be mean to his own family between a rock and a hard place, would he?
You already said it. We're all on the same team. Hey. Here, Punk.
Yeah, and who said it was your team? Welcome to my team as you extend a hearty. Did I hear that right? Did I hear the handshake to Roman Reigns the last time I checked? Night, this is Netflix. This is not SmackDown. This ain't the USA Network. This Monday. You can be the quarterback on Fridays, but here I'm the champ. And the CNCM.
Why don't you just pull them out? Here's the thing. I don't care if it's your team and measure them now. I mean, this is ridiculous, huh? I don't care if it's your team. It doesn't even matter. Is that I hate them more than I hate you. That's my word to you. That's my promise. But since we're being honest tonight, that title would look so much better on my shoulder.
Hey, you talking to me? You talking to Cody?
Let's need to figure out.
He's talking to you.
That's what he said.
A lot of unresolved issues from three guys who have battled it. Well, for you to figure out very top weight.
I thought that was an absolute disaster. Teammates heading into War and Survivor Series, a loose of a talk between three men who are supposed to be this alliance for now, but will it last? We will find out Saturday at Survivor Series.
Please, Mr. McIntyre, please take this. The only reason why you're allowed inside the arena tonight is because I've picked seriously. You are still under suspension. Don't boo to the wrong person. They have the legal right to for the advantage match. If you walk outside those doors and you say to remove you from the arena, that doesn't smell good at all. It's now a tag team. They have to pick two people.
I know it. His partner.
Match. It's you and a partner in the advantage match.
Is Brock.
Is a terrible mood.
Lesnar.
Oh, what happened with Roman Reigns last week? He's coming here tonight looking for, shouldn't have Brock Lesnar's name come out of your mouth. Brock Roman Reigns. You don't want any part of Brock Lesnar. You cannot come out of my mouth. Are you serious?
No, Walter is obviously Braun. Oh. I'm messing around. His partner breaker.
No.
Bronson Reed.
No. Hayes. Choice.
A fresh and primed
Prize of having to take on Gunther in the quarterfinal.
Gunther. There's something from Carmelo Hayes, who goes on the attack. Oh, you know, it's interesting. And you're always going to hear a little. We visited with Carmelo this afternoon, and he's bearing body shots, but quickly gets overpowered in the corner.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Felt that this was the strategy he needed to employ. As you see him,
But Melo knows this one is going to hurt however it goes down. His game plan. Gunther early and hard. This is not a night for us. It's just grit his teeth. Get his head down. Hit anything fancy from Melo, and he may have just thrown his best shot.
right back to action. Fantastic shot.
And it bounced off the Austrian.
Dribbling up that right hand, delivering that to media as he feels the power there this week. Carmelo hit forearm time and again. We saw how he arrived here, and that's why I'm so he's posted a pic of Cody and simply wrote, "My cute." Not wasting any time at all. He won with a salute emoji. Powerbomb on the corner. You can see him reaching for that jet for Carmelo Hayes.
It's just been sloppy from Gunther from the off. He's treated.
And left shoulder right away as he delivers the knee, so a good start.
Oh, if Melo is not him. Good start here from the ring general.
It's hands right now.
Oh, what a shocking. They're connecting to Gunther, not quite enough. Just expertly delivered leaping DDT, but Gunther is rocked early in this one. Can Melo capitalize?
Against Gunther, who many feel is the Tice, employing the strategy he said he had to see. Of course, this was a random draw, but springboard attempt turns into a massive shot. You size up these matchups. There's no. This and another from the ring general, Wade.
Here for Gunther, who rode out that early storm and is now taking slowly. Things have turned the corner, man, much to the shock of Carmelo Hayes.
You get the sense that Carmelo Hayes, if a mistake, he can capitalize on, but that was just wants to see if he can take it to Gunther or neutralized moments ago. Went out of midair shot.
Yeah, that's a great word for what Gunther does. He
came flying in and was met with a classic Gunther.
Neutralizes anyone, anytime, no matter that. Melo Hayes are now slowly looking to chop the man down, but their style simply had to absorb early punishment from Gunther. That is one gritty customer in Gunther.
And now you see
Melo Hayes.
The slow, deliberate pace of Gunther Edwards,
which I don't mind at this point in the match. Now Gunther has full
firing his work, always enjoying doling out the punch.
Control, but trying this earlier on against someone like Carmelo, the arrogance of the fact that he is a multiple-time world chase was just a bad move from Gunther, who simply let champion, whereas Carmelo, as of yet, certainly is not.
Locks it in. You can see Carmelo Hayes in
cloud his judgment pact.
Half grab. It's Gunther. Kane looking for any way to free himself.
Physical half Boston. You gotta remember Carmelo desperately trying to fight his just crazy technique here from Gunther. He's way out there. Such a power imbalance in this. Something else worked for anyone. Melo unable to scratch his way to the ropes. Had a big moment, but now straight back in danger is Carmelo Hayes. Just sense that Gunther is another up resistance to what he views as an elite. That someone could dare put up a fight, dare inevitable victory on his pathway to facing
December 13th in Washington, D.C.
John Cena at Saturday night's main event.
That'll be this opportunity, the honor, as Hayes looks to rally. His team then entered this tournament, vying for the Oscar.
Gunther is annoyed that someone could get to what he views as an inevitable victory Dare put up a fight, dare put up resistance on his pathway to facing John Cena at Saturday night's
in DC. 16 men entered this tournament.
main event.
That'll be December 13th in Washington, vying for the opportunity, the honor, as Hayes looks smart to work on that lower leg of Gunther to rally here to face John Cena in his final match. Chop down the big man.
I'm impressed by the mindset of Carmelo. Hit hard, hit early. It simply didn't work, at least well in Hayes here. As he came out here with a game plan, enough to give him control of the match, but he is not letting his head drop. He's trying his best to be resilient and stay in the fight.
Look at the scene here at Paycom Center, home of the NBA champions in Oklahoma City. A massive crowd tournament, second round action, quarterfinals, a week out, and they're enjoying the last time is Nego at Madison Square Garden. Gunther defeated the young upstart. Judge Sleeper was locked in. This past Friday, Carmelo Ron Evans, who put forth a spirited effort before this. Hayes was able to defeat Bronson Reed by countout, able to survive it, and now here they meet for the chance to. Here's a quick one from Hayes. And Gunther move on to the semifinals. The winner of this tournament, final match in Washington, D.C., Saturday night's main event, will face John Cena in Cena's historic December 13th.
Carmelo Hayes, a Boston boy, just like all Boston showdown at Saturday night's main event. John Cena idolized Cena in his youth, would love to have an and this might be the way to get it done, catching Gunther.
Oh, and Gunther turns it right around and locks it in. And look at
by surprise with a move of the ring general's own, that sleeper.
His shoulders are down.
No light up whatsoever. Not letting his mindset crumble.
And right back to it goes Hayes.
Love this from Carmelo Hayes. Ball beneath the massive shadow of Gunther. Power.
The choice Simply Steamers, grilled chicken broccoli Alfredo, half the price of eating out, girl. With 28 grams of protein, it's a no-brainer.
All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month just for a scheduler.
Well, right now Opus Clip is just $14.50, the Pro plan.
Backwards. We can make you believe we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not. Oops. I have no idea what these buttons mean.
I've never driven a stick in my life, but my heart is full yet!
Small business owner, because I have no idea what I'm doing. What GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content.
The Walton Goggins goggle glasses.
Because if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins. With GoDaddy Aero, it's like you know what you're doing.
Power play a role.
And is now back on top.
This is where the size and the... You can see the damage done to that lower back of Carmelo
Hayes. That is like a signature.
Hayes.
Oh, look at the damage done to the chest of Carmelo.
Who did he beat? He beat anyone with me. Did anyone? He's a beat anyone.
Carmelo Hayes saying, who did he beat? He didn't beat anyone. We'll go to the ring general. Gunther is now trash talking. Anyone, I'll tell you who he beat. He beat Bronson Reed, and that is a tough...
Of course, it was Cody Rhodes who gave a major assist.
Tough customer.
In that match this past Friday. There were once again...
with me?
Not many can, but he's hit the division. And give it a shot with a massive chop, and then return fire with that upper.
Way too lightly, in my opinion, here.
Cut.
Yeah, just get Gunther is taking Carmelo Hayes. Who am I to judge Gunther on the way he processes it? Be careful of, despite the fact he might not have been a former world champ in his matches. But to me, Carmelo Hayes is someone you have to.
Delivers the big kick as Gunther came running into that corner.
He's a NXT, and from very early on in their time here in W, guys who both dominated successive eras in NWE were highlighted and predicted to reach the few. Carmelo Hayes, time is coming, but at the very top of the industry, Gunther's done it. I promise you.
Carmelo Hayes yet to reign. Gunther, the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion, and a title on the main roster. Former NXT Champion, two-time World Heavyweight Champion. And look at the advance right here in the kick-out.
No frustration in the face of Gunther.
By Hayes, who gets that left shoulder up.
This double underhook has been beaten and broken in this match, but his refused suplex there, connecting with a Carmelo Hayes seem to give up. Talking about Carmelo Hayes, just that. If he can face the Intercontinental champ, he's not winning gold yet on the main roster. He might get the chance to do. Oh, John Cena. That Saturday night's main event on at Survivor Series.
We're seeing now Grand Slam.
Although Cena, of course, first has to get past Dirty
Champion. Fourth championship. Always going
under that shot just in the nick of time and turning defense into
back to the sleeper wave.
Dodging offense in the blink of an eye. One of the greatest movers I've ever seen. Eating Gunther to it. Oh, see Carmelo Hayes. And once again, just
couple times now, he is springboarded one. Could be power bombs and DDT, both men down. Into danger. How about that, the counter? Superb work by Hayes. Can Gunther make just a few? We brought it up earlier. Carmelo Hayes.
Well, Gunther really has made a ton
of mistakes that opened the door, and can Hayes capitalize?
of mistakes with his approach to this match, in my opinion. To progress through to the semi-finals, it simply doesn't. He's acting like he has a divine right to win this. Work that way. Certainly not against someone as talented as out of him. The two-time world Carmelo Hayes. Well, that talent is slowly being beaten. A heavyweight champ who is now looking for a count-out. Keep an eye on that cadence. Let's not forget that his fast count, Jessica Carr in the ring.
Becky Lynch has had plenty to say about Jessica Carr this week. All on the ship. And was blaming a veteran referee as hate warranted, as Lynch failed to retain her Intercontinental Champion. Hayes easily beats the count.
Well, clearly making a concerted effort on impressed Gunther, having to go back to the coalface here to attack the arm of Carmelo Hayes.
Wait, it was long leverage that Gunther has.
I'll tell you right now.
Look at that leverage that he's applying with all that weight.
No, Joe, in wrestling school, that is exactly how they school. This deep into a match when you're beaten up, you teach you to do it. And it's really easy to get it right in wrestling, exhausted. And the fact that you're against an opponent who is simply domination. Gunther just finds a way not cooperating with you. It is incredibly difficult, as technically astute as they come, but right back to it.
Hayes mounting offense.
On the money with that grounded drop kick there was Hayes.
Deep in the match. That changes
things, including the bone structure of Carmelo Hayes'
face quickly, doesn't it?
Changes a whole lot of face, who has been completely wiped out with the size 15 boot at the ring general. Just this match has gone on. Acted like it was a see the general demeanor of Gunther just changed. Rolled in the park in the early goings, but now that's a play, and that does not bode well for Carmelo Hayes' pitiless look deep in the eyes of the Austrian has come out. With that collision with our desk.
Carmelo Hayes draped over the front of our announce desk as he looks to beat the count and keep fighting on here in the last
couple of times. Gunther has tried for a counter against Hayes.
Time is now tournament against Gunther.
Exhaustion starting to kick in. Thought he was going to have some frustration on the part of Gunther. Perhaps they have it easy tonight. Oh,
First 48!
out of nose.
Hayes is thinking about it. Oh, but not
What?
First 48. Is this case closed this time?
What about the second one with that extreme pack? Carmelo Hayes saved him there as he was attempted to be Doa, but that amazing movement, those reflexes to the outside.
This time able to get out of the way and deliver a kill.
Oh, here we go, John.
Carmelo Hayes is thinking about it. He in the zone as Gunther was in that compromised position.
Oh, here we
Just lining it up. Oh, but the chop. She back onto the apron.
Just a sense that Carmelo Hayes smelled.
Just has his body draped awkwardly.
Glory there, perhaps going up for that nothing but net to finish off, heading it off at the pass.
He's chopped.
Gunther sensed the danger.
Ups are echoing to the top of the Paycom Center here in
Oh, broken metacarpal there for the ring general, and that's it.
Oh, he may have just broken his hand, Wade.
Perhaps this is everything, and Carmelo Hayes knows it.
Oh, Six was done on the apron and onto the floor.
Just shows you how
Springboarding his way out. Didn't get all of it, but still damn.
beaten Carmelo Hayes must be at this point. Went for I get it at all, but landing hard on the knee there was Gunther. Think a DDT on the apron. Didn't flush on the outside, but the count is rising.
Remember, Boston waited out. Could he pull a similar upset right? That is how Hayes advanced. He won by count out against Big here.
Whatever gets the job done. Count spinning hard. That's landing flush on the back of the neck and head. Goes Carmelo. Of Gunther, who came crashing down face and feet. And now with a major upper hand first onto those thin mats that cover is Carmelo. Can he make it stick?
Could this be? Oh no! Looking for the power bomb out on the floor. The signature win that Carmelo had. Oh no! Oh, instead he sends it on the timekeeper. Get this.
Well, the count is still rising here. We're up about 5 balls.
Oh! Look,
6. The battle continues. They've both men down, but Melo is stirring.
DDT off the floor.
Let's go to the continent.
He's got to beat the count.
9 3/4 and a ring check.
Right here, right now.
Everyone is back in it. Love it.
He's going for it again. Nothing to
Count connects.
Hayes thinks he's got it.
Great instincts from Gunther and
But now, misses.
it follows it up with merciless brutality like only he can.
How did Hayes survive it? The brutality of a powerbomb.
Carmelo Hayes is just on a mission tonight, doing what he does best.
The big elbows into the
And Gunther now just going for broke.
sleeper.
And there might be no fight, but that fight is fading, and the lights are slowly escape here for Carmelo Hayes. It has been a valiant going out for Carmelo, but he ain't giving up, Joe.
He is to his feet, desperate to get out of this sleeper. Now he's trying to get to his feet. Carmelo Hayes right back into the powerbomb. On the brutality wave.
Carmelo Hayes is in that ring, but he showed us something. It is always an exhilarating watch. Playing very different tonight. Endurance, durable, but it is Gunther who is successful, ability and fighting spirit. Carmelo Hayes has it all and progresses through to the semi-finals of this tournament. Springboard DDT on the outside. This was the moment Carmelo Hayes thought he had it after just about beating the count, then turning the dial offense, followed by instead of pin and up to 11, stacking offense upon Gunther, who had to put in a real shift tonight, and a date with destiny in John Cena's final night gets one step closer to Saturday night's main event. Here it is.
once again Saturday at Survivor Series. When he goes head to head with IC champ John Cena, this
Me van a dejar hablar porque yo soy el rey de los luchadores. I'm gonna put an end, John, in a couple of days. Retirement tour. I'm going to put an end to this. Chingado que me dejen hablar. And this Saturday, I'm going to embarrass you. I am going to take back my hometown. Intercontinental Championship at Survivor Series. I will continue to be the greatest Mysterio of all time. And it doesn't even matter if you cheer for John Cena or not. Blame him. I don't blame him for not wanting to come to this dump because he's not here tonight. John's not here, and I don't. Oh! He's here in OKC.
oh, for the love of God. Oh, no.
The time is now. The Never Seen 17 moment.
All the disrespectful crowd reaction.
With a surprise for Dirty Southway.
It's compounded by this.
Opponents, will you believe this? Appearance of John Cena.
The leader of the Sea Nation. And you've got very quiet. And is here to test. It's to the cameraman.
A little steam. And it's steam. Is that?
That little Cena? I'll be our Joe. How far away is John Cena? Is this a normal man? Well, what a thunderous risk. Reception right here at the home of the Thunder. A real Stu, the cameraman, doesn't seem very happy. For John,
Happy Color. Color by number. Install and go. Lemonade. Install and go.
Wiener! Look at all. He's been on stage. What I say, don't help each other on stage. Here we go.
Anything specific to watch here? No. Yeah. Still stuck for that.
Well, they should be good.
You don't interrupt me. I should drop you where you stand, John. But
But you know what? You walk away. Because I'm going to save my energy and I'm going to let... Because you have no idea what's coming for you at Survivor Series.
Fine speech, young Dominic. On time. Me, coming from the worst Mysterio of all. In front of the good people of Oklahoma City. No. If you won't fight me, you can come get some. Then at Survivor Series, if you want some, because the champ is...
You just heard him say, stick to the plan. How do you do?
Here.
How do you fit this guy, Wade? Not just despicable, pathetic, lining up a championship and do this now in front of everybody? How do you possibly pan off this little person of Mox Cena wickedly defend Don?
I mean, you start a fight with Dirty Don. These are the better than the original. Consequences.
You heard what he said. Oh, really?
I'm making short work of John Cena here. Is the sixth at Survivor Series. Oh, yeah. Dirty Don Mysterio. A little glimpse into what we are going to start.
The week of the championship match. Right, perfect. That's pathetic.
Right.
And this is what he chooses to do. Come on, no!
Right to the face, and now...
No, he's not going to... No, you're disgusting.
Major crescendo. Going on top.
No!
Oh! The real John Cena got the message.
Yeah, look,
Design.
well, I hope it's... How's that a message? That's pathetic. Look at him. Of course, Tom Scabbard says, very kindly checks on a falling into the flame.
Yes, I did.
Warrior who didn't stick. Rey Mysterio, JD, McDonough as
Of course, this is further fallout from the six-man
Finn Balor is ringside.
tag that we saw last test. Judgment, John Cena, Rey Mysterio, and Sheamus today. Losing out to Madison Square Garden. Well, now apparently it is payback time for at least one of those competitors in Rey Mysterio.
First time that these two have gone. Of course, generationally, Rey, one of the most talented one-on-one. Mysterio and McDonough. To his generation, JD, I mean, he impresses everybody.
The hidden secret of the roster here
with his skill set.
JD McDonough has been trying for some time now, but that secret is weak. Now looking to make a major statement by claiming bye week coming out in the open, turning heads. Another huge victory against Rey Mysterio. A Hall of Fame level victory.
Now, throughout his career, big headbutt of JD McDonough, he has used that as a weapon. Working at left arm of over 10,000 here at Paycarm of the Hall of Famer, who's looking to rally with the Saccon Center in Oklahoma City. A great night here in Oklahoma City. J.D. McDonough is going to be the answer to a trivia adjustment on his final Monday Night Raw on, and it forced one day away. Who did John Cena hit his last attitude? It was J.D. McDonough. That was part of that sit out and against one of the guys who took part in that, Rey Mysterio. This man's tag team match we saw last week at Madison Square Garden. Taking control of things against McDonough. There's Rey.
Right on the tailbone there for J.D. McDonough. Shooting up and down his spine, no doubt. In fact, later on, he has lightning bolt shoot. McDonough cunning and Mysterio complete control of this one from the off.
Yes, McDonough.
Right on the tailbone there for J.D. McDonough. Ball shooting up and down his spine, no doubt. In fact, later on, he has lightning. Mysterio complete control of this one from the off. Finding his way back to control of this one now, Jeff. McDonough cunning and wild. Lady McDonough has turned a ton of heads lately. Got that massive single. Sheamus was part of that six-man tag last week. He's actually in his win against Sheamus several weeks ago. And his shoulder was such a brutal showdown.
Yeah, Sheamus defeated Shinsuke Nakamura in the first round.
Should be out of the John Cena last time is now tournament
match in Boston, but that is the news concerning the tournament to continue. Suffering that injury, so forced to withdraw, and that Sheamus advanced, but unfortunately will not be able. And there will be a replacement for Sheamus. Moments go here, so he is off to the semifinals. We saw Gunther advance impressively against Carmelo, being the final opponent for John Cena on December 13th. McDonough picking up the pace here against Rey.
That is not.
Lateral press
against someone as quick as just a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty clear to Rey Mysterio. Now Rey returned from injury. Hey, he's been drinking from the fountain of youth because Rey has looked far. Seems to have the legendary luchador all faster than ever since his return, but J.D. McDonough figured out at this point.
By the way, what a moment last week, all together. And they were walking back towards the ring. John Cena and Rey Mysterio and Sheamus were all on. They just had that final moment of turning around and looking back together one last time. Here's the pinning combination. At a sold-out Madison Square Garden, you see those three legends. And J.D. He'll get out and then breaks the clothesline.
It's stage champ Ilya Dragunov on SmackDown this past Friday. J.D. McDonough, of course, had an epic matchup with the United A. Again, continuing to blow minds. Oh, really got a growing reputation in the locker room, and with his arsenal, his skill set, his toughness, his management, and you start to see those big opportunities now coming the way for this young man from Ireland.
Of course, the recent
J.D. McDonough as Endeavor is being rewarded.
Tag team champions as well. Judgment Day before Take the Gold recently, but yeah, Dragunov from the challenges. AJ Styles and Dragon Lee were able to. He's willing to take on week in and week out on SmackDown. What a showdown. To the floor.
Watch out. Not where you want to be.
Out onto the apron and then down on the edge of a reinforced knife. Whoa! Smashed it downstairs. That was dangerous. And now back up us to his feet after take. Now Rey Mysterio down in that huge blow on the edge of our announcement.
J.D. McDonough by the agility of Rey Mysterio. And look, from that position, turfed out of the ring was, and it looked certain that Mysterio was going to connect with one. J.D. McDonough was so quick, so creative. He Hurricane Rana, leg scissors, whatever he does. But she turned defense into offense in the blink of an eye and crashed behind the referee's back on Finn Balor. She head first into her. Oh, nice. She shot the
cascade of boos.
Within the Judgment Day, there have been major tensions over the past so well earned.
by Finn Balor.
And here's what I like with Lamont. They seem to have been smoothed out now. Dirty Dom by beating up the deadbeat dad. JD and doing the dirty work on behalf of the Triple H Mega Champ to McDonough and Finn Balor. Jimmy Day are at their best when they've got each other's backs, when they can utilize. It really is when the judge that numbers game against opponents, something they haven't. It is all systems go once again in the clubhouse. Done enough of in recent months. Well, it seems.
And all it takes is one big one from McDonough with return fire. Bearing elbows right to the mid-six.
JD McDonough just seems to have had him in this match. And on the one occasion he didn't have an answer for everything Rey Mysterio has been throwing at Finn Balor certainly did.
Take yourself in these There you go. Now stretch him out. Rey in a real tough spot here against JD.
This is not gone. Judgment Day member, some would say leader, Finn Balor, and all the more assistance here from fellow Jala, certainly the most experienced head in the group, rules behind the referee's back.
Look at
is exactly when to bend and break the
leverage help from Finn. Oklahoma City. We are just 5 days away from survival. Great scene here in Oakland. Finn Balor helping out JD to move things around.
About 3 times, Balor pulled that off. 5
times getting extra leverage, but Rey Mysterio
turning the referee caught him. And now the tables maybe Mysterio starts to ratchet through the gears.
Tripped up though.
Turning as the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio.
By JD, who was quick to get down and wipe out.
What an analytical mind JD McDonough has.
Out the feet of Mysterio.
So shrewd, and just when Mysterio was looking skyward, looking to take flight, Rey Mysterio expected. Sweeping the legs was McDonough, the last thing that...
Oh! What a brilliant...
At the unexpected game, completely catching McDonough. Caught
move by Rey.
I guess 2 can play all there. Is his head connected with the major dent perhaps in that post now from the cold steel of the ring post.
I feel sorry for the post.
McDonough is up as the count is rising. And as the count
from the top rope. Oh, Rey!
Rises, so does Rey Mysterio in the corner.
Classic! Rolls right through, delivers the boat to put it away. McDonough! Rey! And that left shoulder able to beat the count.
And for the first time, top gear. And when he does in this match, Rey seems to be hitting that rhythm, hitting that.
This is my comeback. Transform your future with a degree at PurdueGlobal.edu.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir. What?
Did you know designers are using AI to save 20 hours of work each week? Let's make you one of them. Meet Kittle, the graphic design tool that takes you from ideation to creation in minutes. Join over 10 million designers and creatives using Kittle to produce thousands of graphics every day. With Kittle Flows, you can create entire brands, photo shoots, mock-ups, and more simply by prompting. Powered by the world's leading AI models, there's no limit to what you can create. Concept, design, edit, and make variations of your graphics instantly by linking boards together and prompting anything that comes to your mind. Plus, Kittle has powerful vector editing tools, premium fonts, world-class graphics and illustrations, and features like real-time mockup editing to help you tackle any creative project. Get started with Kittle for free today.
To get that shoulder up. Can you believe this by Mc... Oh, Ray makes the count. Ray Abel.
Just watch the athleticism. Such a full Spanish fly there from J.D. McDonald. That's the crashing down on both of their heads. But in the blink of an eye, this man truly is brilliant. Grows further if he can put this to bed.
Oh, would you look at Ray?
That brilliance. That reputation, I think.
Here it is! Oh. And they saw it against Dragunov on Friday. We've seen it in Donna, as he has done time and again. We did win against Sheamus, and here, all his recent efforts. Remember, end of October, and then Ray and J.D. McDonough going to the limit.
Very well beat. No!
Finn Balor trips and Ray's down, lined up again, Ray.
Second bite of the chip. Just on the wrong moment, but keep your head. Oh, on a swivel thing.
Takes it from JD.
The friendly fire.
The MP. 619.
And now some unfriendly fire.
Here is your winner, Ray Mysterio, WWE Hall of Famer.
That's a great win by Ray.
Luchador, the Hall of Famer, chalk up another improbable victory for the Rey Mysterio, who had to be two-man tonight. But he this is like a scene out of the Benny Hill show.
Honestly, Finn tried to
did it in typical style with that Mexican bar.
Oh. And the frustration betrays it wrapped around the waist.
I think
Between JD and Finn.
as we get Joe Tennis in the ring doing the Kabuki Warrior dance.
I'm going to stick to my pencil shrug, will you please?
All very unhappy about the injustice that happened to me. I can hear it. You're all last week on Monday Night Raw. Best lawyers in the country working on it. Everybody's been asking about it, but I have the. You're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like this. I've been, and unlike Maxime Dupree and that corrupt, advised not to talk about it. Referee Jessica Carr, I actually follow. But let me tell you, heads are gonna roll. The rules, okay? Oh, okay? And that decision is gonna be overturned. I'm gonna get her for it, okay? Get my title back, and the company is gonna be a lot much once and for all. I know, it is a true. Okay? Because AJ, your mistake costing me my title. But you made a big mistake coming back. You made a biggest mistake you're ever gonna make is locking yourself. Because I in a cage with me. War Games team in the have assembled by myself the greatest history of War Games, okay? And I know, Anuska, we beat the hell out of each other. I think I beat you 9. I know, we've had our differences. I mean, me and I had it 10 times, but you made me work for it, okay? Actually, Actually, you do it. You do it. And that brings me to it's your life, okay? Okay, you owe me a great deal. I know you're good. I saved your life. I said be very loyal. And Io was a fool to cross. Nia Jax, very powerful. You two, and we're gonna make her pay. Okay, and that brings me to very strong. Okay, not as powerful as me, but she's able to damage my face. But I have great, very powerful. She's the only woman who's ever been bones, strong bones. I didn't have to wear a mask correctly to protect it afterwards like rotten Rio. And that brings me to my new friend, woman wears she long legs, Lash Legend. Okay, stand specimen of a woman, fine specimen of. With me, I'm gonna take you under my wing. I'm gonna make you a Starleton Flair, and awful Alexa aren't gonna know what hit like I did the rest of these three. Okay, and shirt them, but
Who was Becky just talking about? That's a quote, that's not my opinion.
When Maxine Dupree took advantage of the opening and just like an MSG to take the IC title from Becky.
Really are two super groups.
Oh, this is going to be great on Saturday.
Oh, Becky, you could have come down here and torn that pretty little face off. Now the old AJ, but luckily for you, therapy worked. But all this bravado, all this tearing people down just to live, it's insecurity. Lift yourself up. I see what that is. See, I don't need to run my mouth. It's fear. To lift myself up. No, I know exactly who. I don't need who the hell I am. To bark, bark, bark like an angry little chihuahua. I bite. I don't bark. And you reminded me of the fire in me. And these women by my Becky, you lit up my side, they poured gasoline on it. Age with me? Or I get to, and now you've made the mistake of locking yourself in a cage, let the old AJ out, and she can do whatever the hell she wants to do to you. And I know I'm not the only one who can hide pedestal and laugh as you fall, not wait to knock you down from that high all the way down. Right, Rhea. Isn't that?
Oh, Rhea Jackson just buried the fight. Into the face of Nia Jackson now.
Lash Legend knows no bounds whatsoever.
It's an all-out War Games brawl.
Pepper, 10 women throwing down. We're going to get ahead of that War Games showdown this Saturday. And some bragging rights and perhaps a mental edge. Survivor Series.
This is incredible. Everywhere, Ed and Becky in the corner. Meanwhile, Wrecking Wolf, it is absolutely on. AJ center of the ring, Alexa Bliss getting the best of
Asia, but perhaps the biggest danger of them all. Keep an eye on the Lash Legend.
flawless danger compounded by teaming with
Here now, in the midst of it,
with Nia Jax, and bodies are dropping.
Charlotte Flair, the size and power and strength of Lash
Legend is something very special indeed.
and Nia Jax.
Experience though, do not take your eye on Alexa.
And Alexa trying to get the best of it as
To Bliss, or AJ Lee for that matter.
AJ Jax frees herself, as does Lash Legend.
I'll take that back. Shot. I'll take Lash off her feet.
Look at these.
Whatever they were. Charlotte Flair and Rhea Bloody Ripley can do
Would said you can trust me. I'm all in. Io Sky! And now up top.
Becky Lynch disastrous. Like she's seen a ghost. Last couple of months it has been for Becky Lynch in War Games. We'll see if she can turn it around this Saturday.
Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, Alexa, Charlotte, and AJ. There they are in the ring. As a rivals, Jax and Lash Legend as Becky Lynch retreated for the Women's War Games. Asuka, Kyrie, not in quick order.
One of Asuka's team and a drawing board was drawing first blood of their sleep for War Games. They may need to go back to this powerhouse team led by Rhea Bloody Ripley Page. Despite at times a troubled history, there's 5 women on the same between some of the combatants on that team. Favorites going into.
Today, we're testing the thermal properties of the Columbia Omni Heat Jacket. It'll keep you warm in a snowball fight. But what about in a snowball?
You okay?
Yeah.
Good, because it's too late to change your mind. Well, that didn't go as planned, but she is still warm.
That was stupid.
Yeah, stupid warm. Columbia, engineered for whatever.
No one word can describe the sweet, tangy, zesty fusion of Zaxby's Asian Sensation menu. So I made one up. Zensation.
That is not a word. That's a word.
You heard the lady. The Asian Sensation menu. Who's got the sauce?
This will take you places that you would never expect to go.
Anger moves worlds, anger sets boundaries.
Kind of like a good man.
Two War Games. Take a look at what we just witnessed between the two women's War Games team and me. Alexa Bliss getting tight here as the battle rages on. Thrown to the outback, all of the bodies except for one who got away. So Becky Lynch, and it was Io Sky drop. Will she get away inside War Games this Saturday?
Marches on. It has been an incredible 16-man.
That's a Survivor Series.
Last time is now Gil. There's the leader of the NFT. Solo Sikoa, leaving the first round. Tonga, flanking him. He was taking a drink last week.
To see Booker start licking your lips, because either way, we're going to get there first. Hey, we are going to have a hell of a showdown in the next round. I agree with you completely. It's power versus
the stylistic clash. How do you size it up, Wade?
the movement of Penta, and right off, but escaping and back on the attack is Penta. The back going big with Solo Sikoa. That was interesting when you get to this second round of the tour. You've really got something to lose now. You were playing at this quarterfinal. You feel as a competitor, all with house money in round one. Your investment is good at this point.
Solo was able to
Owen, you're getting closer and you don't want to lose it at the
get through Dolph Ziggler. But he found a way, but he was taken to the limit that night and surprised. Remember, it was going to be a mystery to Solo. SJ, look at the striking combinations from Penta, who right to the sternum. Oh, big clothesline out. Was looking to land his signature handstand kick out on the floor.
It just shows you the mental smarts of Solos with a plan B. A plan B looked like it was working. He knew he was losing the fight in the early goings. He had to come up with smartly landed on his feet there. Was Penta. That is going to give anyone a bit of confidence. Look out though. Off the massive talent on your backing you up at ringside. Talatonga nimble on his feet. Projectile towards Talatonga. Both men now down with the referee checking out. But that was as this match rolls on. Competitors who may have been hurt in the process. What a collision.
You see the scene here in Oklahoma City as we are in the midst of the last time it's in Solo Sikoa.
Take a look at this though.
You know, some of the stuff comes behind now. Tournament, first round match, both men won. Penta wrist, and no doubt about it here with Penta.
Solo Sikoa off in towards Talatonga in the process. Just the Penta way twisting and turning, firing. As Penta may well have injured his left clinical staff are checking him out. Referee has got control, keeping his shoulder, I think, on that landing. It was an ugly landing on Solo Sikoa, and of course Talatonga back. Let's take another. The outside of the ring for Penta that perhaps did some. Look at this. And it really was the landing of damage. You see him landing on that left side and immediately good. Solo Sikoa ready to throw down. Again, grabbing the shoulder, I think it was. Solo Sikoa's recurrency of that man is always ready to throw down too.
Down looking at his home. Penta who came off the Talatonga, just his mere presence, his near floor, his barrier came down hard on his shoulder on the
field. That man is always ready to throw down too.
Looking at his home. Penta who came off the barrier. Talatonga, just his mere presence, is sneering down. Came down hard on his shoulder on the floor as match. These two going at it with such force. Early on in this,
Talatonga just looks ready to devour. Be irritated, but this fight, for now at least, is at anything that moves right now. And Solo Sikoa looks mild. Brief pause while Penta is being checked out by the referee. Comes together because I dread to think what his reaction will be. The medical crew. I'm hoping Solo Sikoa can hold things if he does not get to tear an opponent limb from limb when off at all. Crowd in the front row, one of them might end up getting this kind of move. Mouthing, getting a punch in the mouth if they're not careful.
MFTs, who they've got themselves some big business. Former United States champion who has been leading the way for the take care of on Friday Night SmackDown.
Does he progress in this tournament? We'll find out imminently. Into power it has been for Solo Sikoa. Question is,
back to action here in Oklahoma City, where they are calling for the out on the outside.
Penta is no longer a
bell. They are calling for the bell as you see.
Penta to compete. Therefore, the winner of the
what a way to progress for Solo
match is Solo Sikoa.
Sikoa, a doctor's stoppage after a very I'd argue, though, that Logan Paul doesn't respect many. The landing for Penta.
Teams that the business has ever seen.
People, I feel like we've seen a different Logan Paul here. Logan Paul clearly had the showbiz side since he started hanging out with Drew McIntyre earlier this game down very quickly. I think McIntyre has pulled that box, and that will come in handy tonight. And indeed, it's a more vicious side of Logan Paul over the past few sides of the cage at War Games.
Of course, he possesses that titanium thrower. Jimmy and Logan will reinforce right hand as well. And does he ever know how to get us started here? This is the advantage match, the interval advantage at War Games. The numbers game winner here. Their team will get the entry until we get to 5-on-5, and so much damage for games with all 10 participants inside. That can be done before the match starts officially in
temporary numbers advantage, and your team will.
The double steel cages.
Yeah, it's that rolling temple will not have, depending on the outcome of this match, and so on until, as Joe said, the match officially starts at effectively. You can end up 2 versus 1, 3 versus 2, and 5 on. But crucially, by the time you get on team has completely wiped out the other, the number 2 5-on-5, the match could effectively be over.
That's right.
It was advantage. That's why tonight's match is so crucial. Can you imagine going back to the locker room tonight to see the win?
The Usos look down on Logan.
Remaining 3 guys on your team carrying a big L.
Especially considering who those teammates are. Here in Oklahoma City is letting games is set. Survivor Series War Games this Saturday. Logan Paul know what they think of him. Men's War Game in San Diego. Streaming internationally right
was that teeth? Was that a jaw?
here on Netflix.
Oh, did you hear that?
I think
was it a crow in the mouth of Jey Uso?
standing over him to make the tag with Drew McIntyre.
Nothing to do. Guard your prey, don't let him escape, don't let him scamper up. Oh, got the upper hand, make it count. Over and tag his partner, his own twin brother Jimmy. So much riding on this match.
Big chop. From Drew.
Everything is big when Drew McIntyre grows by the month.
Deliver right hand after right hand. Jay able to turn things around. As Drew just collapses into that trap, now heading over to the wrong corner. Oh, that was so uppercut corner before regaining himself.
Drew McIntyre has no clue where not where you want to be. Just instincts aren't working. Get that tag.
Jimmy comes crashing down.
In the mind of McIntyre right now, needs to get over to Logan Paul. How effective are the Usos at cutting that ring in half? I'll damage it. Drew McIntyre has countless problems with isolating one opponent and doing unto Usos and the rest of the bloodline over the past several spiral, from which he's never quite recovered years. That was probably the beginning of Drew McIntyre's mental path.
He has spent a lot of time analyzing and discussing.
Between McIntyre and Logan Paul, and it's so impressive.
Good kick from Logan Paul.
With the wood, built that so quickly. Two guys that I don't think had spoken to each other before like 6 months ago. He's in Logan Paul, completely backfiring on this crowd. So it's just like an energy boost to a man like the Maverick.
Advantage match. The Usos against Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul. And a kick out by Paul here Oklahoma City Thunder with the best record in the NBA. The Oklahoma Sooners, great sports fans here, of course. The NBA champions. The Oklahoma Sooners are top 10 in college football. By the way, WWE for the Sooners will be playing LSU on Saturday. Hall of Famer Mark Henry's son Jacob, the defensive lineman,
is going to be a big problem, whatever sport he ends up. The upper hand in this one, and they rarely let that slip. History to me, but now, talk about problems, the Usos haven't told you that much.
Remember, trying to get the upper hand for men's. Their team will have the entry interval advantage. 4 games on Saturday is the goal. The winner here of the numbers game prior to the full 5.
A scramble in the ring. Both teams feel really tense.
V5 when everything gets going.
You just see this, but understandably so, not just because of the physical consequences to not winning this match. The rats standing across the ring from them, but also do not bear thinking about if you have to step into the war game.
Crashing down with the headbutt and now hooks the leg. And Logan.
Page, that Survivor Series.
Great work by Jimmy. Able to get that shoulder up, especially considering the CM Punk and Roman Reigns. Look at this scene here in Oklahoma City. That was set earlier tonight with Cody Rhodes. And see as we fly back down to ringside. I mean, Earl, you don't like me, and then Punk coming out, trying to settle things. Earlier tonight, we're hearing Roman look at Cody and say, hey, I don't like you. He's down, as Cody was calling out his team before.
But I think the Usos kind of put those 3 in their place.
And bottom line is, I hate Paul Heyman. I hate the vision.
There's probably 3 stars on their team who have bigger resume into this. We need to have each other's backs, or we will raise bigger reputations. The Usos said, hey guys, get more inside of War Games. And trust me, the Usos many times, as has Drew McIntyre, know all about War Games. Been in that cage many timing right to the gut from McIntyre.
Look at get the advantage, but Jay survives it.
With moves like that, Drew, they come to the World Cup next year to play centre forward for the Scotland national team. McIntyre incredibly proud and looking to follow the night and roll that momentum into War Games. For Scotland national team victory with a victory of his own team.
It was Drew McIntyre who viciously attacked Cody Rhodes their day as he continues his assault here. His bus at the beginning of Friday Night SmackDown. And he's saying, just keep on.
Great joy, just like he took great joy in beating down Cody Rhodes.
He's taking great joy in this.
On SmackDown, as you mentioned, but didn't finish the job with Cody. The answer apparently a resounding Rhodes. Cody Rhodes bouncing back. Can Jey Uso do this? Yes.
Where did Jey find the strength for that?
Inside of Jey Uso. Build up the pressure. Build up the... That's that main event spirit that thrives spotlight. And Jey comes into his own. Can he get a bit...
Best punches in combat sports.
That was just a fat move. Did you know?
Here comes the Maverick.
With one of the Logan Paul, the instinct is the...
At Food Line, you can get both fresh and affordable. The gift that keeps on giving. Look, I just gifted my family dinner. Hey, gift me dinner too. Aw, that's the holiday spirit.
Airwick Essential Mist Diffusers, perfectly portable, quick change fragrances make any space fragrant and inviting.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
or a break from your car acting up.
Come on without me. We got you covered, Bumblebee.
Oh, my hero.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
To go for the guy who's trying up to pop the guy on the outside. Trying to get out of the ring, trying to get the tag. Logan Paul was
standing frog splash.
Plot on this one, frustration at boiling point.
He's looking like look.
Big Jim. Really losing the...
Gonna try to get the advantage win here.
The advantage really there was taking exactly what he was doing. taking a possible victory away from him by that distraction by Big Jim. Perhaps not accessory away from Logan Paul. So the match for his team. And now, I do not like that look in his eye. No, you know what he's heading to the outside. And the massive McIntyre taking control. I fear for our guest at this point. I fear more for the bear. Body of Jey Uso.
He just sends Jey right over and up onto our announce desk.
Just unfeasible power. Oh, you, Joe Tess, is a little too close for comfort right now.
He moves up on the desk.
Baron Logan Paul have a clear upper hand. That is why Rebecca rip off the headset and start running myself in a second. But Drew McIntyre on the outside is Jimmy Uso, who can do nothing. McIntyre's huge,
isn't he? I'm glad you're over that bear.
To protect his own twin here.
Warrior.
I can move real quick when I need to.
Landing his head into the steel steps.
You call me the English Usain Bolt. They just don't. I said they don't call me. So nothing, Joe Tess.
English. They never said that.
You're right. They should. Where's my chair?
Oh, look at the mockery. Says it's destroyed at this point. Eat this. Baiting.
Yep.
Jey Uso.
McIntyre through my chair.
Rearranging here. Drew's been in total control, just dominating.
How heavy it was. Oh, throw my back.
Oh, just pounding down on that right hand. Okay, Jey. Not any form of a comeback here. No running elbow.
A situation like this for McIntyre and Logan Paul is a starting joint.
The win is right here.
Tell you what, the danger of things a little too much before you've got the job finished into Jey Uso, and there's very little life left. You're not finishing a job and a boom stop and a mob up in that frame of Uso.
Logan Paul stomps down.
You know, you've got 6 men, 7 if you include Paul Heyman, urging their men on ahead of War Game, glued to monitors right now. This Saturday.
Here's the situation in Oklahoma City. Jey Uso, Logan Paul, and Drew McIntyre. It is critical. It's been pounded. Sustaining damage against Logan, considering what's on the line. This is the War Game advantage with the interval entries come Saturday at this advantage match. The winner here will have the War Games.
Now that the advantage for 90, but clinging on desperately, the center of this match has been McIntyre and Logan Paul. At this point, is main event Jey Uso.
Look at this in the crowds by these two extreme and ready. That's the double vertical suplex to lane athletes. Ron Breaker, Bronson Reed for Logan Paul and Drew McIntyre. And Brock Lesnar awaits as teammates.
Great tag team.
He could be lining up the Claymore here in this minute.
Team cohesion. You've got their taunts down together.
Jey able to get the big quickly wait.
Exactly what he's done.
Boots up. Is he ever desperate?
Drew McIntyre just took a beat too long there
to tag Jimmy.
Got that swaggering confidence and that's why you are living dangerously.
Big Jim getting after Logan.
When Jey Uso is still breathing as a Paul.
He's got Paul up, but he's able to
elbows.
A man who has defined tag team greatness
Out of position. Oh, but the kick lands.
for the past decade. Big Jim hitting his
Paul able to take advantage. Drive. Is it the last possible second? It's big. Right. Big Jim in control. Hand and goes up top. And just at the left surviving.
Well, Big Jim, the freshest man in the match, has been
Last possible moment. Does Logan Paul
isolated on the outside for way too long. On Logan Paul now living dangerously. McIntyre is dead. Well, that freshness has really shown in the past couple of minutes. Out on the outside, nobody is coming to save you now, Logan.
Big Jim runs into him, then the boot. And now Logan. Oh, a big elbow. That Paul is getting momentum and showing it off.
Out there from Big Jim, who had all the momentum. What a blockbuster. Oh, late kick. Take another look at this from the second row.
Seeing the offensive evolution of Logan. You're seeing
Book excellence there from the Maverick.
Yeah, you're really all in real time.
We'd say what the white are first and foremost, and the biggest weapon in the Logan Paul. At heart, this man is a Arsenal swinging a miss.
Big Jim able to duck it.
Oh, he's bolting out of his head.
Spear! Oh, the impact!
Now looking to finish the job for his team.
Could they be it? And Uso splash away! Yes! Oh, the save by a recovered Drew
Team at War Games, keeping them with a
McIntyre.
Well, save the match and may well have saved his Tibble. Chance of getting the advantage.
The Glasgow kiss. Oh, out on the outside, Jey Uso and Big Baker has arrived. Oh, and there is company.
Ron Brick. Take his man up, low back talk. Get back in the fight. Fought to lose this, but why not? Oh! Logan shake off the cobwebs. Get off.
It's CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. All participants in War Games have arrived.
It's a throwdown on the outside now.
The other to make sure everything is equalized. And Bronson delivers uppercuts in return. Meanwhile, Punk, as Cody smashes Big Bronc and Breaker.
Well, this getting involved throwing punches at Cody Rhodes is descended into absolute hell on the outside. Now McIntyre.
Well, she has done damage in recent weeks. Oh, Jey over the top!
And amidst the
Cody Rhodes.
The referee letting a lot go here, but watch out for the Usos. Okay.
Oh, there's a roll. There's a quick one in the Logan Paul does it.
Well, the match is won. Advantage kill.
Yeah,
but the chaos ain't ending here, Joe.
You're getting
for team belonging to Logan Paul.
An early preview of Saturday right now. Inning participants.
Oh, what a match. Advantage
It's an all-out brawl in the ring among War Games.
But there is still blood to cry. The equation is changing. We had tonight.
It's about to give a city. Real serious here in Oklahoma. Wasting no time. Superman punch. The OTC one. Wait, and one for you, Big Bronson.
Several months. Well, bringing back vision that made Roman Reigns' life hell over the past. Consequences now is the OTC.
Roman Reigns has arrived. Welcome to it, Logan Paul and Drew.
Bodies dropping
Just everywhere he can.
and drop flies.
Spray painting Superman punch. Just as the night started with those big three, Oklahoma City, 5 days to War Games. That is how it'll end. Here in Oklahoma, Logan Paul has earned the advantage for Hit, who's standing looking back at him in the end. His team, but it's Roman Reigns, the Beast. Is here.
Don't forget to you boys want to fight? Fight the Beast incarnate Brock Lesnar.
And power and danger. Look at that team. The sheer size. Is this on right here, right now? He's stepping through. 5-on-5 with Lesnar. Men's War Games. Saturday. We'll see you then. And Roman, lock it up.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn đã đến với kênh tạp chí Sao Việt. Hôm nay mình sẽ chia sẻ về Nguyễn Xuân Son đi vào lịch sử. Tuyển Việt Nam sẽ không bị Malaysia loại sớm. Tiền đạo Nguyễn Xuân Son đã cùng thầy trò HUNLUN Viên Kim sang xích sang Lào vào sáng nay. Sáng nay, tiền đạo Nguyễn Xuân Son cùng tuyển Việt Nam đã lên đường sang Lào, bắt đầu hành trình cho trận lượt về vòng loại ASEAN Cup 2027. Sau khi AFC chấp thuận điều chỉnh lịch thi đấu, cuộc đối đầu sẽ diễn ra lúc 19 giờ 00 ngày 19 tháng 11 trên sân vận động quốc gia Lào. Ngay khi đặt chân đến Lào, thầy trò HUNLUN Viên Kim sang xích được nghỉ ngơi hoàn toàn trong buổi chiều để hồi phục. Từ ngày mai, 16 tháng 11, đội tuyển bước vào 4 ngày chuẩn bị quan trọng trước trận đấu mang ý nghĩa sinh tử với hành trình của bảng đấu. Với Nguyễn Xuân Son, chuyến đi này đặc biệt hơn bao giờ hết. Anh trở lại sau 11 tháng vắng bóng vì chấn thương và đồng thời trở thành cầu thủ nhập tịch đầu tiên của Việt Nam góp mặt tại vòng loại ASEAN Cup, một cột mốc đánh dấu nỗ lực cá nhân và cả sự thay đổi của đội tuyển. Chấn thương đầu năm khiến Xuân Son lỡ 5 trận của tuyển Việt Nam, 4 trận vòng loại, 1 trận giao hữu. Nay, sự tái xuất của anh được kỳ vọng sẽ cải thiện chất lượng tấn công, điều đội tuyển đang rất cần khi chỉ còn 2 trận để cứu vãn hy vọng đi tiếp. Việt Nam hiện kém Malaysia 3 điểm và phải thắng cả 2 lượt cuối nếu muốn đua ngôi đầu bảng, vị trí duy nhất có vé vào vòng chung kết ASEAN Cup 2027. Phong độ của đội tuyển thời gian qua không thực sự ổn định, 5 bàn thua, 4 bàn thắng trong 3 trận gần nhất. Ngay cả chiến thắng 1-0 trước Nepal cũng phơi bày nhiều vấn đề ở cả hai tuyến. Trong bối cảnh đó, sự trở lại của Xuân Son được xem như liều thuốc giải áp lực. Trung vệ Duy Mạnh tin tưởng vào Xuân Son, về khả năng của Xuân Son thì ai thắng. Cậu ấy là mẫu tiền đạo có thể tạo khác biệt. Trong thời gian tập luyện, chúng tôi luôn động viên nhau. Xuân Son rất chuyên nghiệp và đang cho thấy quyết tâm lớn để đóng góp cho đội tuyển. Điều khiến cậu ấy nhớ nhất chính là cảm giác được ra sân thi đấu. Duy Mạnh cũng chia sẻ rằng suốt những buổi tập, mọi người đều cảm nhận rõ nỗi nhớ sân cỏ của Xuân Son được chuyển hóa thành nỗ lực không ngừng. Nếu chơi đúng đẳng cấp và tận dụng hiệu quả sự trở lại của Nguyễn Xuân Son, tuyển Việt Nam sẽ đánh bại Lào để tiếp tục bám đuổi Malaysia. Lịch sử cũng đang ủng hộ thầy trò HUNLUN Viên Kim sang xích khi 2 cuộc đối đầu gần nhất Việt Nam đều thắng đậm 4-1 và 5-0. Cảm ơn các bạn đã lắng nghe. Nếu thấy hay cho mình xin một like, một đăng ký kênh và để lại bình luận bên dưới nhé.
At Zaxby's, you can lemon pepper any way you want. Now that's lemon pepper perfection.
Welcome to Visible, the ultimate wireless hack. It's one line powered with unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network for just $19 a month for 26 months. Visible, live in the know.
Beatrice Kuhl, Stacey Williams, Maria Farmer. I could go on. Over 28 victims of Donald Trump have come forward over the years, and now what they went through at the hands of Donald Trump, it's resurfacing right now, and these stories need to be given the attention they've always deserved. First, I want to share with you the story right here of Stacey Williams. This is what she had to say in February 2025. Let's watch as she describes being Donald Trump's 27th sexual assault victim. Let's play this clip.
I'm considered number 27. I'm Donald Trump's 27th sexual assault victim. When I was doing Sports Illustrated, that's when he assaulted me. Jeffrey Epstein walked me into his office to be sexually assaulted by him.
Now, back on October 24th, 2024, she told her story. Lots of media was ignoring it. We covered it here. It definitely deserved more attention than it got. But this was October 24th of 2024. I want you to watch it. Play this clip.
The second he was in front of me, he pulled me into him, and his hands were just on me and didn't come off.
Former Sports Illustrated model Stacey Williams says that Donald Trump groped her more than 30 years ago in Trump Tower, with the later convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein watching and smiling in the room as it happened.
Then the hands started moving, and they were on the, on the side of my breasts, on my hips, back down to my butt, back up, sort of. Then, they were just on me the whole time. And I froze.
Williams has not spoken out about the incident extensively until now, and in her first on-camera interview, she tells CNN the most detailed accounting of the incident yet, alleging that in 1993, Epstein, who she was briefly dating at the time, brought her into Trump Tower.
This context made no sense because the hands were on me, and then he and Jeffrey just kept talking and looking at each other and smiling.
After leaving Trump Tower, Williams said that Epstein berated her for allowing Trump to touch her.
I just had this really sickening feeling that it was coordinated, that somehow the whole thing was, I was rolled in there like a piece of meat for some kind of weird, twisted game.
Soon after the encounter, she severed ties with Epstein and said she was unaware of the kind of predatory behavior that would come to light in later years. She also says she received this undated postcard from Trump delivered to her modeling agency by courier shortly after the incident. Stacey, you're home away from home. Love, Donald.
I felt sick to my stomach.
Williams says she did not tell anyone about the incident for over 10 years.
I felt a wave of shame, and I just couldn't think about it, face it, talk about it for a very long time. I put it in a little box inside of me, turned the key, locked it.
CNN has spoken to 3 friends of Williams to corroborate her story, who each said that she told them about the incident with Trump and Epstein in 2006, 2015, and 16.
Now, I've seen this meme going around right now of Pam Bondi, Scooby-Doo, ultimately unmasking the bad guy, and it turns out, sure enough, of course it is Donald Trump. I do want to give a hat tip, though, to the Daily Mail's reporting last year in 2024, because they covered the story of Beatrice Kuhl. Beatrice was an individual who says that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. She talks about how she received an invitation from Donald Trump's American Dream pageant to compete in 1993 after finishing as runner-up in Miss Switzerland's 1992 pageant. I want you to watch this and you can see for yourself. Let's play it.
I'm a Daily Mail reporter, and I've got some breaking news for you. Donald Trump jumped on a blonde 6'1" model and groped her while she tried to fight him off at a beauty pageant in 1993. That's what the woman just told me. And she also said Trump was working with Jeffrey Epstein to recruit young women for his parties. So I'm a reporter for the Daily Mail. I just published a story about all of this. The woman is called Beatrice Kuhl. She was 22 years old when she got invited to the Donald J. Trump American Dream pageant, which was held in New York and Atlantic City in November 1993. She flew from Zurich and was introduced to Trump along with around 50 other young female contestants. Beatrice told me Trump paid her special attention at a press event for the pageant, telling her, "We finally meet Miss Curl," and talking for about 15 minutes with her. Beatrice said after the public event, a Trump staffer told her that the real estate magnate wanted to meet her up at his suite. And she claimed that as soon as she entered the room, Trump jumped on her, tried to lift her dress, and was touching her body everywhere he could.
I entered the suite and moved around. And when I turned in absolutely no time, he jumped on me, kissed me all over, knocked me all over, and I was totally perplexed and blocked first, and then I tried to tell him that this is absolutely not the way it works in Europe, and that it wasn't.
She was trying to fight him off, she said, and he only stopped when she told him, "Let's talk first." So they talked for another few minutes, with Trump still kissing and holding her hand, before she found an excuse to leave, Beatrice told me. And there's another really worrying part to this story too. Beatrice said that Jeffrey Epstein was at the pageant. Yes, that's late pedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. She said he was insistent to her and to other women, offering to pay their expenses to attend parties at Mar-a-Lago, which Epstein said he was organizing with Don. A friend of Beatrice, who works in Swiss media, Pascal Kleibaz, told me that Curl described the incident to him 2 decades ago and has not changed her story. So why is she coming forward now, just days before the election? Well, Beatrice told me she gained confidence to speak out now after recently finding supporting documents like her 1993 flight tickets and her invite to the pageant while she was moving house.
Now, as you watch that, again, compare it to this other clip right here of Stacey Williams, and you can see that this is Donald Trump's MO. Here, play this other clip of Stacey Williams. Let's play it.
When Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump. And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator, and moments later, Trump was greeting us, and he pulled me into him and started groping me. He put his hands all over my breasts, my waist, my butt, and I froze. And I froze because I was so deeply...
Now, I shared this other clip right here of 2 live crews, Luther Campbell, a.k.a. Uncle Luke, who talks about in the early 90s when Donald Trump invited him and Mike Tyson and Eddie Murphy to go to Donald Trump's house right after one of these beauty pageants. And he talks about how he was so uncomfortable seeing underage girls there, and he had to leave. Here, play this clip. So a quick PSA for those of you on Medicare. The DOJ recently sued 3 of the largest Medicare brokers and carriers for allegedly deceiving customers, claiming to be unbiased, while pushing them into plans that don't actually cover their needs, all to make a few extra bucks. Let's be real. Between Medicare scams, shady agents, and bloated insurance companies, it's way too easy to get stuck in a plan that's overpriced or just plain wrong for you. That is why I'm working with Chapter. They are the only advisors that compare every Medicare plan nationwide, and they tailor their recommendation to you so you get the coverage that fits your needs and saves you the most money. And the best part, Chapter's help is completely free. Completely free. There's no sales pressure, no pushing plans you don't need, just real advice that puts you first. People save an average of $1,100 by using Chapter. So if you're turning 65 soon or are already on Medicare, call them up at 82 Medicare. You won't regret it. Most people just wish they'd call sooner. Once again, give them a call. That's 82 Medicare. 82 Medicare. Give them a call. Most people wish that they'd call sooner. Call 82 Medicare.
If the man took us around the house, okay, he said, look, I got all these women. I got these women from the pageant. They're going to be there. So we went. he was like, hey man, I got a pageant down here. I'm hosting these women at the house. Okay, up in Palm Beach, they had some cars to pick us up. We get in the cars, we drive up there. Me, Mike, Eddie Murphy, we all in our own individual cars. Car service drove us up there. We got there, he showed us around the house, you know, told us about this mansion and the history behind it and all that. Just the golf course, it was dark. We couldn't see the golf course and things like that. And then, before you know it, hey man, y'all enjoy yourself. We got cocktails and everything. And before you know it, the rooms and everything start popping. It wasn't no DJ. It was more of, hey, get in when you fit in. Whatever room you're going to go in, you go into that room.
So you say no DJ? There was no music? Or the music was playing?
No, there wasn't no music.
No music.
That was an interesting part about it. There wasn't no music.
So women just naked in rooms with no music?
Hey, people walk around. It wasn't, listen, it wasn't nothing wrong with that. I was happy to be in that party, but then at the end of the day, when I started looking at some of these girls' faces, I was like, man, these girls don't look like they're old enough. I didn't ask nobody their age. And then all the other stuff going on. You know, it was like, okay, I can't be up there. I gotta go. If I'm going to jail, then somebody's gonna extort me. I really, you know, I don't do drugs. Never did it in my life. You know, I smoked marijuana 2 times, you know, when I was in high school, and I didn't like the experience. As far as drugs, I may have sold drugs. I never liked the people who I sold them to when I was young, because I thought they were stupid for buying it, so I never had cared to indulge in it. So when I do see people doing it, if I'm around it, I get away from it. Put it that way.
Now, we've also heard the story recently of Maria Farmer, one of Epstein's victims who came forward very early on. Here she speaks about an incident where she was going to Epstein's office building. Donald Trump was in the office building, and listen to her what happened. Play this clip.
The time that is most memorable to me is the time when he hit on me. Because I was in the office. It was one of the first times I started working for Donald Trump's a sleazebag. Okay.
Yes.
It was when I started working for Epstein, and it was 9 o'clock at night. And Jeffrey Epstein's office was totally empty. And I told the New York Times this, but of course they don't do the whole thing, right? Even though Mike Baker is amazing, but they would not allow him to tell the truth. So basically, I go into this office, it's 9 o'clock at night, and I sit down, and a few minutes later, and I'm wearing running clothes. Okay, so it was really weird. It's 9 o'clock at night, and I'm wearing running clothes because I didn't have money. So I could jog up there.
Right.
And so I just struggled, you know, for so long. So I'm like up there in the office, seated, and I've got my, you know, my running clothes on, so my legs are showing. And in walks this man that, when I reported him to the FBI, said that game show host, Donald Trump, because I thought he was a game show host.
Yeah.
He's so cheesy, you know? But anyway, so I said, I said hello to him. You know, he walks in, and I just kind of acknowledged him like a head nod or something. Yeah. And he immediately starts, he's seated across, standing across the room from me, and I'm seated, and he's like, oh, Maria, no, he didn't, sorry, I was just looking at him. He's standing across the room, and he's looking at me, and I'm like, oh, gross. You know, this guy's so gross. Anyway, he's just glaring at my legs. Like, yum. I told my sister, I felt like I was his dinner or his lunch, you know?
Yeah.
The way he was looking at me. So Epstein comes in, and by the way, I did not look good. I was like, I'm not exceptionally beautiful or anything like that. These are just gross people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just like a normal person who went on a run, and I'm seated there. So he assumed I was there for him. And this is how I know. Epstein walks up to him and he goes, no, she's not here for you. And they were smirking, and Epstein whispered something. He goes, go in there. And so Trump at 9 o'clock at night goes in the other room. There's someone in there for him.
Right.
I don't know who. But Epstein said, no, she's not here for you.
Now, I think this clip right here needs to get some renewed attention as well. This is from 2019 at one of Donald Trump's events. And I want you to watch right here As Claude Taylor says, why do you suppose a guy holding up a picture of Epstein and Donald Trump got this reaction? Here, let's play it.
NAFTA, because you have to mark up thousands of miles coming through Mexico. You come up thousands of miles coming through Mexico, and we're going to stop it. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Go home to your mom, darling. Go home. Get him out of here. Out. Was that a man or a woman? Because he needs a haircut more than I do. Couldn't tell. Needs a haircut. But the media never talks about the American victims.
Now, Donald Trump's biographer and Jeffrey Epstein's potential biographer, Michael Wolff, he was recently on speaking with Michael Cohen on the Midas Touch Network, and here's what he said.
I mean, first, I don't exactly know what it means, but I know what is at issue here is that the person most implicated by Jeffrey Epstein, by his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, is Donald Trump. You mean, forget everybody else in what acquaintance they might have had with him. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were the best of friends. Daily contact, constantly in each other's lives, sharing, hunting women, sharing women, cheating on their taxes together for more than a decade. So that is the central issue here. So how the MAGA people got this so wrong, as they kept saying, Epstein, let us, divulge everything, let's see everything, when what they would see is the relationship between Epstein and the President of the United States, their central figure in their lives and political movement.
One of the things too with these MAGA influencers also, like this guy, Bo Ludin, he's out there and he posted this, he posted 2 days ago, he posted this July 19th, and he wrote, I just quoted the Bible live on Fox News, thou shalt not commit adultery. And in his photo, it's literally him and Donald Trump. Here, watch this.
I simply follow the Bible. I think this generation's destroyed. I like Exodus 20:14, which says, thou shalt not commit adultery. I think this generation is way too normalizing this stuff, but I'm glad that these people have been caught and exposed for it. And, I hope they realize next time that God's watching, and sometimes the kiss cam is too.
Seriously? That's what you're talking about on Fox? I mean, these MAGA influencers, man. Anyway, hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers together.
You buy this merch drop, check out the latest pro-democracy sticker packs, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and more. All at store.midastouch.com.
much for joining us. Just time for a quick recap of the week, and we begin with Stupid Watergate 2, the least wanted sequel ever, closely followed by every Pirates of the Caribbean one. It was yet another week of damning revelations for the president, with the biggest perhaps coming on Tuesday.
Tonight, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, Bill Taylor, is directly linking President Trump to the heart of the impeachment inquiry. Democrats in the room say there were audible gasps and sighs as Taylor, a career diplomat, detailed the White House's pressure campaign.
It's not even noon, right? And this is my most disturbing day in Congress so far.
Wow! That is a big statement. Up until now, the most disturbing day in Congress was the day Orrin Hatch got bangs. And look, I respect you for trying something new, Orrin, but absolutely not. The information emerging in the Ukraine probe does not look good for the White House, which is perhaps why Trump supporters spent the week attacking the impeachment process itself. Some House Republicans even staged an invasion of a closed-door hearing, claiming they'd been shut out, a claim slightly undercut by the fact that 47 Republicans, about a quarter of those in the House, were already able to attend. And as if things could not get any dumber, there was this amazing story that broke on Friday afternoon.
One of the president's top defenders, personal attorney Rudy Giuliani, tonight raising eyebrows after what's best described as butt dialing an NBC News report.
It's true. Rudy Giuliani butt-dialed an NBC News reporter and could be heard saying completely non-suspicious sounding things like, "The problem is we need some money." And the wild thing is, this isn't even a one-off. Apparently Giuliani butt-dials reporters all the time. So much so, one reporter tweeted, "Everyone has a good Rudy butt-dial story." Which honestly begs the question, how is he doing this so much? It's genuinely difficult to butt dial someone with a smartphone. Your butt has to unlock the phone, scroll through your contacts to find the reporter, and then dial. So how often does Rudy sit on his phone, and how wriggly is he when he sits? Look, I don't know how this story is going to get any stupider, but I'm sure that it will, just as sure as I am that Rudy is butt-dialing another reporter right fucking now. But instead of getting dragged down that wormhole, let's instead move on to the other ongoing fiasco of this week, Brexit. The term coined to describe Britain's exit from the EU that combines the words bad idea, really bad idea, extremely bad, idea, and toodaloo. And it is the toodaloo part that lets you know that Britain's involved, otherwise the word's just complete nonsense. Now, the UK's deadline to leave the EU is this Thursday, making it a so-called Halloween Brexit, meaning it is the worst thing to be added to Halloween since, lest we forget, Playboy magazine's 2014 sexy John Oliver costume. That was real. What were you thinking, Playboy? The original John Oliver is already the sexy one. You're putting a hat on a hat, guys. That's a two-hat situation right there. Boris Johnson, UK Prime Minister and dumb person's idea of a smart person, has for months now been promising to meet the deadline, insisting that he will not ask for an extension.
Can you make a promise today to the British public that you will not go back to Brussels and ask for another delay to Brexit?
Yes.
And, sorry, and would you rather...
I'd rather be dead in a ditch.
Dead in a ditch? Now that might sound dramatic, but honestly, it's an easy enough transition for someone whose hair, wardrobe and general aesthetic might be best described as big ditch energy. But Boris's hopes have come crashing down since then, as he returned from Brussels last week with a new Brexit plan and had to put it before the House of Commons for a vote. As it was happening, hundreds of thousands of protesters were marching against Brexit, including one guy with a sign, and this is true, that read, "I am so tired." And I have to say, I don't know that I've ever identified with a protest sign at a rally any more than that one. But unfortunately for Boris, as that march was going on, Parliament passed an amendment that, for complicated reasons that you do not need to know, forced a Brexit delay, much to the delight of the protesters.
And then the moment when it was clear there would be no Brexit deal today. It means the agony continues though, doesn't it?
I know, yes, that's boring, but that's the position that he's put us in, so...
Okay, certainly I can think of nothing more quintessentially British than viewing agony as A, boring, and B, a victory. Never change, you sad, grey, repressed bastards. But what this meant was that Boris was now required to request a 3-month Brexit delay. You know, the thing that he would rather be dead in a ditch than do. And while he briefly flirted with ignoring that law, he did eventually obey it, albeit with a twist.
The Prime Minister eventually did as he was told, but in his own style.
Here is the extension request sent last night, a photocopy left unsigned, and crucially followed by another letter saying the exact opposite.
It's true. He sent one unsigned letter saying what he was supposed to say and a signed one saying what he really thought, which is just incredible. And I know this is not the point here, but how are signatures still a thing that matters anyway? We live in a time when actual robots exist, but if you want to make something official, you need to write your name weird. Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client's name is on the murder confession, but I ask you this, is it squiggly? In any case, the EU is currently weighing the extension request, and Boris spent the week frantically trying to sell his deal to MPs, eventually asking them to at least support the bill in principle, which some of them said that they were willing to do despite a considerable hurdle.
Have you managed to read it? Genuine question. No. Have you tried? You haven't tried to read any of this?
Not yet, no.
Or the explanatory notes?
No.
Or the impact assessment?
No.
The debate starts at lunchtime, though.
Yeah, I'll be there at 12:30.
Yeah. He was just going to sign off on a monumentally important deal without reading it. That's what NSYNC did in the 90s, and this guy stole millions of dollars from them. Though honestly, deal aside, they should have known not to trust him. I mean, look at that guy. If anyone is going to rip you off, it's gonna be him. But the fact is, after this week, it looks like there is no way that Brexit will happen on October 31st. And Boris is now trying a different route to gain support for passing a deal. He's asking Parliament to agree to a new election in December. But it is not clear that Parliament will even agree to that, and many voters certainly don't have an appetite for it.
The delay in actually delivering Brexit has made some people say they won't vote ever again. What about the 12th of December, though? I mean, that's in the run-up to Christmas.
Yeah.
A good date?
No, not really, is it? I don't know. I don't know what to say about it anymore. I don't even watch it anymore because it's got on my nerves that much. So.
You will be voting, though, will you?
What, voting again?
If,
I won't bother.
If there's a general election?
No, I won't bother again.
Oh, for fuck's sake! This is perhaps the most consequential thing to happen to Britain in a generation. And it seems the current sides are now, I'm so tired, I haven't read it, I can't be bothered, and I'd rather be dead in a ditch. Good luck, Britain, and now this.
And now, newscasters react to the Houston Astros losing the first two games of the World Series in the most predictable way possible.
A shocker in Houston.
Told myself, Rita, I wasn't going to say, Houston, we have a problem. I'm not saying it.
Houston, we have a problem. I think that is how they're feeling in Houston this morning.
The Astros. Houston, do we have a problem?
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
I'm hearing a lot of Houston, we have a problem, and I'm getting sick of that.
Aquí está nuestro querido Iván Casanseo.
¿Cómo estás? Houston, we have a problem.
So we'll have more highlights in a bit. Wow.
Houston, we have a problem.
Great. Oh, I'm sure that was done.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns Donald Trump, the first president elected without any prior experience as a human being. Now, this morning, Trump actually had some major news for us that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, had been killed. And in classic Trump fashion, he was able to take something fundamentally positive and express it in the weirdest imaginable way. Because here is how he described the operation.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you'd think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in? The fact is that they blasted their way into the house. They had a beautiful big hole, and they ran in, and they got everybody by surprise.
What are you doing? Did Trump just learn how soldiers work? Listen, these guys are amazing. They've got these chameleon suits and big shooties and blasties. They don't say knock knock. No, they don't do that like a normal person. They go through big, beautiful holes and they shout surprise. A lot of people are learning about this for the first time. This is new to a lot of people. But wait, because you haven't yet heard, Trump paid tribute to one crucial member of the team.
Our canine, as they call it, I call it a dog. A beautiful dog. A talented dog.
That's right. I call them dogs, not like other people who call them furry lizards or barking cats or elephants but smaller and different. To me, they are and forever will be dogs. That's my term for them that I made up. And look, while Baghdadi being gone is clearly great news, I'd actually like to focus tonight on a different decision Trump recently made in the same region, and one that I would argue could have more long-term ramifications, and which tells us much more about his decision-making as Commander-in-Chief. It's a move that alarmed many, even his cheerleaders on Fox and Friends.
The United States is going to start pulling troops from Turkey's border in Syria. That announcement last night.
Stunning. The White House says it's clearing the way for Turkish troops to invade. A disastrous series of events. I hope the president will rethink this.
Wow. You know things are bad for Trump when he's even lost the support of Fox and Friends, a show whose actual slogan is President Trump's dick is 17 inches long and thick as a tree trunk. That's the real slogan. Now, very basically, what happened here was Trump suddenly and against the counsel of nearly all his advisors pulled back troops along the Syria-Turkey border here, who had been working with Kurdish-led forces to contain ISIS. And it wasn't just that. Our presence there also helped protect Kurdish civilians from Turkey, ISIS, and the Syrian government. And our troop withdrawal has had immediate consequences. Turkish forces moved in almost as soon as we left, and over 100 civilians have been killed, with nearly 200,000 displaced. It has been a catastrophe. And this move has been nearly universally condemned. It's been criticised by everyone, from Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren to Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, the last of whom did not mince his words.
To abandon these people is a real shit show, and I'm hoping President Trump will reconsider. He's about to make the biggest mistake of his presidency. I hope he adjusts.
A shit show. Although, to be fair, Lindsey Graham always looks like he's just said that exact phrase. You know, I come into this Bojangles every Sunday, and I have never seen service like this. My chicken is dank, my biscuit is cold, my day is ruined. People, this is a real shit show right here. I will take my order to go. I am nuts. And when the consequences of a decision are that dire, and the condemnation that widespread, it feels like it might be worth asking, what exactly happened? Why did Trump decide to do it, and what might the ramifications be going forward? And let's start with what happened. Now, obviously, the situation in Syria is incredibly complex. You can be forgiven for not fully understanding it. What is much less forgivable is pretending to understand it when you clearly don't.
It's a very semi-complicated, not too complicated if you're smart, but it's a semi-complicated problem.
Oh, good. It's only semi-complicated, is it? I'd forgotten that Trump spent the 90s as the senior fellow for Middle Eastern Studies at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and not, as I clearly wrongly remembered, losing all his dad's money and trying unsuccessfully to bang Madonna. I forgot that, because clearly I'm not smart like him. Look, there are more factions involved here than we have time to cover, but the important group to know about are the Kurds. There are about 30 million of them in the region, spread mostly across Syria, Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. They are the largest ethnic group in the world without a country of their own. So they're a minority wherever they live, putting them in a precarious situation. But it's important to know that they have been close military allies with America in the past, which is why it was so odd to hear Trump justify abandoning them like this.
Somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today. They didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles. They were there, but they're there to help us with their land, and that's a different thing.
Hold on, let me just get this straight. You are mad because the Kurds didn't help the US fight in Normandy? Quick question, the fuck does that have to do with anything? There were also no Kurds at the Battle of Gettysburg, or helping us get to the moon, or suspiciously Kurdless missions. Where were the Kurds? Neil could have used their help holding his ladder. They were all busy, were they? All of them. The fact is, the Kurds have fought multiple times to help America, including in both the Gulf and Iraq wars. Meaning, by the way, the Kurds fought with the US military in at least 2 more wars than Donald Trump ever fucking did. More recently, we turned to the Kurds in 2015 to help us contain ISIS in Syria. We provided training and air support, and they were the frontline troops doing the close fighting, and it was a very tight partnership.
The U.S. military trusted their allies so completely that the Kurds were soon calling in American airstrikes.
It's true. The Kurds would point at something and we would blow it up. That's an incredible level of trust. If I had that power, to put it mildly, there would be no more Applebee's. They know what they did. They know what they did. Now, the Kurds' sacrifice in that fight was significant. While at least 6 Americans died fighting in that region, the Kurds suffered 11,000 casualties. And that alliance is one of the reasons why ISIS, which controlled this much territory in Syria in 2015, has since lost all of it. In fact, a key reason that we were able to take out al-Baghdadi was thanks to intelligence from the Kurds. So they fought bravely with us. And the situation in northeastern Syria was relatively stable. And then, in an instant, Trump threw that all away. So why? Why did he do that? Well, to hear him tell it, it's actually pretty simple.
I don't want to be in Syria forever. It's sand. And it's death.
Okay, first, since when does Trump avoid areas of sand and death? He owns a golf club in Florida, where the average age is opposed to the Civil Rights Act. The guy loves sand and death. But that is part of his reductive argument that America should not be stuck in endless wars and that the troops should come home, which is at least a real, coherent foreign policy position. The problem is, the troops aren't actually coming home. Since May, we've actually increased the number of them deployed to the Middle East by 14,000. And just days after his Syria decision, Trump made a big announcement.
We are sending troops and other things to the Middle East to help Saudi Arabia. But are you ready? Saudi Arabia, at my request, has agreed to pay us for everything we're doing. That's the first.
So one, this probably won't surprise you, they have not agreed to that. And two, even if they had, that would be a weird thing to brag about. The US military doesn't charge for protection because it isn't a mercenary force. It's the reason the eagle on the US SEAL carries arrows and an olive branch, not arrows and a credit card reader. But the idea that we'll send troops to a country that pays us is definitely in keeping with Trump's short-term, purely transactional worldview. It's the same philosophy that's led him to suggest withdrawing troops from South Korea because he thinks they're not paying us enough, or to threaten to pull out of NATO because he thinks other countries aren't contributing their fair share. So look, I'm sorry, Kurds, unless you can give Donald Trump something he wants, like, I don't know, Hunter Biden's email password or Melania Trump's phone number, you can apparently expect fuck all from him. So if this wasn't done out of some grand principle, why did it happen and happen so suddenly? Well, it seems Trump's decision followed a phone call with President Erdogan of Turkey. And a little context here. For years, Turkey has struggled with a Kurdish militant group called the PKK, who are unquestionably extreme. The State Department considers them a terrorist group. And Erdogan firmly believes that a Kurdish group we've been working with are basically the same as the PKK. And he wants them either dead or nowhere near the Turkish border. But this isn't actually a new problem. We've been basically managing to balance our interest in containing ISIS with our need to manage Erdogan's concerns. For years now, it has been difficult, but we've basically done it. Until it seems Erdogan got on the phone with Trump early this month and told him he wanted to move against Kurdish forces in Syria, and Trump essentially said, fine, we'll run away then. And that is a decision that has baffled many, including Mitt Romney.
Erdogan basically said, we're coming in, get out of the way. And America blinked. Am I reading that wrong?
No, Mitt, you're actually not. Much like the rest of America discovering this week that your secret Twitter account was named Pierre Delecto. That's real. You are very much not reading that wrong. Incidentally, Pierre Delecto sounds like a name that would have come up in Pulp Fiction if that conversation about French McDonald's had kept going. In France, they call the quarter pounder a Royale with cheese, and they call Grimace Pierre Delecto. But it is truly troubling the sheer extent to which Trump has just rolled over for Erdogan. He called the Kurds, who, remember, have repeatedly fought and died alongside the US military, no angels. And while at one point Trump did apparently try to prevent a Kurdish slaughter, Erdogan seemed to feel pretty comfortable ignoring him.
Yesterday, a letter surfaced from President Trump to Erdogan. He warned against a Turkish military offensive and said, in decidedly undiplomatic language, don't be a tough guy, don't be a fool. Erdogan reportedly threw away the letter and launched the assault into Syria the same day.
Holy shit! He didn't just ignore him. Erdogan threw away a piece of mail that day. That alone is ice cold. He probably also throws away birthday cards directly after reading them, like a monster, instead of keeping them on the kitchen counter for a week out of a sense of irrational guilt, and then throwing them out, because what else are you going to do? Frame it? Of course not. It's a piece of trash, but not for a week. But even if you think Trump was right to withdraw troops from the area, it clearly makes sense to do it in a way that will cause the least damage to the region, your allies, and your own interests. But Trump did none of that. Our withdrawal was so rushed, we had to leave a lot behind. Just watch this Russian reporter wandering around a US base just hours after the troops had left.
They left here yesterday at 4 a.m. Look here. I am currently at the U.S. kitchen. American soldiers used to eat here. The fridge is full. Coca-Cola.
Wow. So not only did we dump our allies without warning, we left a refrigerator full of free Coke for whoever took our place. Although maybe the most interesting part of that video was watching the reporter blatantly ignore the fridge full of Pepsi right next to it. Because even to Russian reporters, the answer to, is Pepsi okay, is a resounding yet. So basically, America left the region the same way you leave a party right after you clogged the toilet. Quickly leaving everything behind and forcing someone else to deal with all the shit. And the consequences to this have been dire. For starters, Kurdish-led forces were in charge of guarding many ISIS prisoners, and by leaving so abruptly, we forced them to abandon their posts to fight for their lives. And the thing that any 6-year-old could tell you would happen next, happened next.
The White House has tried to downplay how many of the 10,000 ISIS prisoners in Syria may have escaped.
There were a few that got out, a small number, relatively speaking, and they've been largely recaptured.
But that's not what the president's special envoy for Syria, James Jeffrey, said on Wednesday.
We would say that the number is now over 100. We do not know where they are.
It's true. Over 100 ISIS prisoners escaped and we don't know where they are. Or at least, they don't know where they are, because I have a surprise for everyone here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the ISIS prisoners! Oh fuck! Oh fuck, where are they? Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fucking fuck! Oh fuck! Those are supposed to be... Oh fuck! Why did we give them shovels? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, as I was saying, over 100 ISIS prisoners have escaped, and we have no idea where they are. And the thing is, it gets even worse here. Because when you give a green light to an authoritarian, terrible things can happen, and terrible things very much did.
We saw for the first time alleged atrocities carried out by Turkish-backed Arab militias. This video today appears to show Arab militias executing a Kurd by the roadside as they shout Allahu Akbar and proudly saying, "Film me, film me."
That is horrifying, a potential war crime, and completely avoidable. Yet astonishingly, even in the face of scenes like that, and over 100 civilian deaths, remember, Trump has actually tried to spin the carnage as evidence of his tactical genius.
It was unconventional what I did. I said, they're going to have to fight a little while. Sometimes you have to let them fight a little while. Then people find out how tough the fighting is. Sometimes you have to let them fight. It's like two kids in a lot. You got to let them fight and then you pull them apart.
The fuck are you talking about? That is not true for Syria, and it's also not true for kids, you weird monster. Trump just revealed what we've essentially always known. He's not just a shitty president and a shitty person. He's a shitty dad. Thank God he never had to raise any children. Now, thankfully, the worst of the violence appears to have abated, at least for the moment, but that is largely because after the US left a power vacuum in the region, another major player stepped in.
Russia's Vladimir Putin tonight became the new kingmaker in Syria as he and Turkey's President Erdogan carved up the country between them.
Exactly. Putin now has a larger foothold in the region, and the Kurdish fighters, who were once allied with us for so long, have now flipped sides and struck a deal with Syria's Bashar al-Assad to avoid being wiped out. So, Trump has made a snap decision where the big winners are Putin, Erdogan, Assad, and ISIS. And that is a group that you do not want to be friendly with, although I actually believe they were all at a Cowboys game with Ellen this weekend. Look, we're all different, and that's okay. But Trump may not be bothered particularly that he's empowered so many authoritarian leaders, because we know he has a soft spot for them. In fact, even after Erdogan disregarded Trump's warnings and launched a bloody campaign, once he'd agreed to a temporary ceasefire, Trump went straight back to effusively praising him.
I just want to thank and congratulate President Erdogan. He's a friend of mine, and I'm glad we didn't have a problem, because frankly, he's a hell of a leader, and he's a tough man, he's a strong man, and he did the right thing.
Yeah, he's a strong man. He's a strong man. That's not a fucking compliment. That's a synonym for dictator. And that image might actually sum up the insanity of this whole situation. The president, thinking he's projecting strength, obsequiously fawning over an authoritarian for deigning to pause a slaughter that the president himself had enabled. And look, I know that it is so easy to criticize anyone's policy in this region. It is very complicated. Any move is going to have ripple effects, intended or otherwise. Syria was one of the biggest problem spots in Obama's foreign policy, so I'm not saying that it is easy or even possible to get a situation this difficult completely hard, to get it this wrong. We took a fundamentally stable situation, betrayed a strategically vital ally, and immensely damaged our reputation. Just watch how the Kurds treated a US convoy leaving the country.
Kurdish civilians, until now close U.S. allies, throwing potatoes and yelling insults at American troops ordered out of Syria. These images tonight show one of the lowest moments of America's reputation in the Middle East in years.
Think about what he just said there. One of the lowest moments of America's reputation in the Middle East. And remember, a guy in the Middle East once took off his shoe, threw it at the president, and then, while the people around him watched, took off his other shoe and also threw that at the president. Look, the more you look at all of this, the more worrying it gets, because this was an unforced error. Trump chose to do something this sudden, this impetuous, and this damaging, and he's just not going to change. So imagine what he might do in a crisis not of his own making. That is one of the many terrifying things about the prospect of a second term, or indeed the remaining year of this first one. Because there is nothing more dangerous than someone with a massive amount of power, a dictator fetish, and an inability to think in anything but transactional terms, and who is stupid enough to think that this is all not too complicated if you are smart. And now, this.
And now, ahead of his retirement, a look back at Speaker of the House of Commons John Bercow, who only ever wanted one thing.
Order, the House is very, very overexcited. Order, Miss Cherry, this is very unseemly heckling. Order, there's simply too much noise in the chamber. Order, very rude for members. Order! Order, let's grow up. Order, resume your seat. Order, order. I haven't finished. Order, order, order. Order, order. Order!
I just want to take the opportunity to confirm to the House that the state of my throat, which is purely temporary, is not down to the consumption of a kangaroo's testicle.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night!
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
For joining us, and let's dive straight in with the latest in the scandal that we're calling Stupid Watergate 2, Revenge of the Ding Dong Dingus. Now, this week, despite the fact that Trump continues to repeat no quid pro quo like it's an invincibility spell he learned at Hogwarts, the number of witnesses telling Congress basically the opposite of that continued to rise, perhaps most notably Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who was the first official to testify who was actually on Trump's incriminating phone call with the president of Ukraine. His account was so damning, some of the president's defenders desperately tried to use the fact that he was actually born in Ukraine to smear him.
Here we have a U.S. national security official who is advising Ukraine while working inside the White House, apparently against the president's interest, and usually they spoke in English. Isn't that kind of an interesting angle on this story?
I find that astounding, and some people might call that espionage.
Wow! To be clear, if some people call it espionage, those people are just wrong. Some people might call a boat a wet metal mommy. That's not what it is, though. And anyone who calls it that is weird and stupid. And basically attacking Vindman's patriotism would be despicable regardless of his credentials. But not only is he a war veteran who was awarded a Purple Heart for his service in Iraq, as a child, he actually appeared in a Ken Burns film about the Statue of Liberty and what it means to generations of immigrants. Ken Burns even tweeted that clip out this week saying, "I remember the Vindman boys fondly. Theirs is the story of America at its best," which is a pretty solid endorsement right there. Although I'd have to say, me reading that tweet didn't really properly convey the full Ken Burns spirit. So Ken, please, take it away.
The place was America. The year was now. The person, Ken Burns, was me, Ken Burns. The memory was one of me, remembering the Vindman boys fondly. They represent America at its best. Baseball, jazz, country music, Ken Burns.
Yeah, that's much more like it. Thank you, Ken Burns. Now, the smears of Vindman are a good indication of how Republicans are running out of ways to defend the president. And this week, House Democrats moved to take away another major argument against the impeachment inquiry, that it hadn't been authorized by a full vote in the House. Because on Thursday, they held a vote to formalize the process and set rules for its public face. And Republicans fiercely objected, with Steve Scalise choosing to do so with the help of an ill-advised visual aid.
This is unprecedented. It's not only unprecedented, this is Soviet-style rules. Maybe in the Soviet Union, you do things like this, where only you make the rules, where you reject the ability for the person you're accusing to even be in the room, to question what's going on.
Yeah, that happened. To defend Trump, he used a picture of Red Square, inadvertently reminding us there's actually a whole second category of possibly impeachable Trump conduct. It's a bit like Harvey Weinstein coming forward and saying, "Hey, I know you're mad at me for one thing right now, but don't forget, I also produced She's All That, a movie with the message, if people are judging your physical appearance, get hot and then you win." That was me too. Sorry, poor word choice there. Anyway, bye for now. Scalise was joined in his outrage by Kevin McCarthy, House Minority Leader, and answered to the question, what would Mitt Romney look like if he ever had to worry about money like other people? McCarthy attempted to denounce the Democrats with some Churchillian rhetoric. Unfortunately, he didn't quite stick the landing.
This is the moment that history will write. History history will ask you when you cast this vote. When you cast a vote to justify something that has gone on behind closed doors, I want you to ask the historian and answer the question. What do you know that happened there?
Nailed it. Yes, this is the moment when history talks to you, history can talk now, and it will ask you questions about this vote. And that's what I want you to ask the historian. His name is Greg, by the way. Greg, the historian. Greg is the historian of History Times. He's a very nice man. But before Greg can answer, I want you to answer the question, what do you know that happened there? And what you will tell them is that Kevin McCarthy did not write down his speech. He just started talking, and he hoped he'd come up with something good, and he was sorely fucking disappointed in himself. And look, it might be a sign. It might be a sign of how desperate Trump is getting, that on Thursday, this was his idea for how best to articulate his defense.
The president said, this is over a phone call that is a good call. At some point, I'm going to sit down, perhaps as a fireside chat on live television, and I will read the transcript of the call because people have to hear it.
That is not a good idea, though. That is not a good idea, because even in its abridged form, the call summary is incredibly damning. And also, there is simply no way Trump has the attention span to sit down and read a 2,000-word document on live television without losing focus and going wildly off topic. If you told him to read Pop on Pop, by page 3, he'd be rambling about how great the chicken tenders are at Mar-a-Lago, how zebras are just loser horses, and how he invented the word dog. And yet, incredibly, despite the mounting evidence against him, Trump still insists this is the greatest witch hunt in American history. In fact, his campaign website has now started to sell these Stop the Witch Hunt t-shirts, an item of clothing that I've simply become absolutely obsessed with this week. Because look at this graphic. What seems to have happened is someone took the poster from the 1993 film Hocus Pocus, but removed the dark outfits, the moon, and basically all the details that have to do with witches, and replaced the witches' faces with Representatives Pelosi, Schiff, and Nadler. So it's a witch hunt where the witches are the ones doing the hunting, which is categorically not what a witch hunt is. In the same way, a duck hunt doesn't mean a bunch of ducks hunting humans in the woods. Meanwhile, on the shirt, Trump is depicted as a flying superhero, which has no place in the witch genre. And the product description just confuses this issue further, because it says the only people scared this happening are Shifty Schiff, Nervous Nancy, and Democrat hack Jerry Nadler about their chances in 2020. So, to recap here, in this witch hunt, the witches, even though they are the hunter, are the scared ones. The only scared ones, in fact. It's still the greatest witch hunt in the history of the USA, but only 3 people are scared, and all of them are witches. This shirt makes no fucking sense! And it prompts so many questions. Does it come in a man's extra median? Because I'm going to want a relic to show my grandchildren in the future when they refuse to believe that any of this shit ever happened. And now, this.
And now, MSNBC's Nicole Wallace has a real f***ing problem with this president.
This is a president who will stand there before God and country and lie his bleep off. This could seriously undermine his brand and could make him look like he's full of bleep. Donald Trump doesn't give a bleep hole country about Bill Barr. Doesn't give a bleep hole about any of that. That's like really big, holy bleep kind of trouble. When you lose the Wall Street Journal, you're bleeped. And when you've lost Fox News, you're bleeped. They're gonna have to come out and talk about what a bleep show it all was. You think any of them call him and say that tweet you just sent out? Totally bleeping bonkers.
Isn't that kind of an interesting angle on this story?
I find that astounding, and some people might call that espionage.
Except those people aren't chicken shit like the 3 of you.
Our main story tonight concerns voting. Among other things, it's the only way to get Sean Spicer off Dancing with the Stars. So far, he's danced the Red Wedding, the Woody from Toy Story after his 3rd divorce, and this. Cool. He is dressed and dancing there like the Chernobyl Musketeer. Please, America, put this man out of everyone's misery. But now actually seems like it might be a good time to talk about voting, because Election Day is this Tuesday. Yes, there are elections this Tuesday. Depending on where you live, you could be voting for your governor, your state legislator, or even your city comptroller, which is a very important position. They control the city. Without them, the city would be completely out of control. But before you vote, which you absolutely should, it may be worth asking, how much do you trust the system that counts your ballots? Because the truth is, many of us don't know the first thing about how our votes get counted.
When you cast your ballot, how do you know that they're getting it right?
That they're getting it right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, isn't that their job to get it right?
Do you trust that your vote is being recorded as intended? What do you think?
I think so.
What are you basing that on?
How do you know that they got it right?
Well, I'm sure they did.
What are you basing that
They
on?
wouldn't be.
I don't know, they're pushing the machine. I have to assume they're going to read it correctly.
But how do you know they're getting it right?
I can't be. There's no such thing as being dead sure. But I think I'm quite sure.
I honestly get the point the interviewer is trying to make, but he is coming on pretty strong there. How are you so sure they got your vote right? Is it because you're a stupid child in a dumb adult's body? Is it because you were born yesterday in a voting booth and the first thing you did was vote like a newborn idiot? Before you go to bed, do you pull a tooth out with pliers, place the still bloody tooth underneath your pillow and then lie there waiting for the tooth fairy to suck you off? Do you do that? Do you? Do you lose sleep waiting for tooth fairy blowjobs? Then how do you know they got your vote right? But look, his overall point there is decent. We don't always know how our votes are being counted, and it's not unreasonable to have some questions about our election security. We now know that in 2016, Russian hackers targeted election systems in all 50 states. Now, what they were targeting back then was voter registration data. As for the voting machines themselves, to hear some local officials tell it, they just could not be more secure.
I could set one of these machines in the middle of Red Square in Moscow, and the Russians couldn't hack into it.
Well, don't do that! Because of course they can hack into it. They're Russians. There are precisely 3 things that they are good at: hacking, hockey, and writing books so sad they make you want to drink a potato. But as you'll see tonight, leaving our voting machines in the middle of Moscow, or indeed the middle of America, might not be the best idea, because a Senate report found that some of our voting equipment is aging and vulnerable to exploitation by a committed adversary. So tonight, let's talk about our voting machines. And first, you should know, there is no single standard voting system in this country. In some places, you vote by filling out a paper ballot and feeding it into a machine. At others, you press a button, get a printout, and then have that scanned into a different machine. And still others, you press a touch screen, and that's it. That's the whole voting process. And while that last option may seem like the best, it's actually, for reasons that we'll get into later, the absolute worst. Now, the reason that most of us vote on electronic machines at all has to do with the 2000 election. And for those of you too young to remember that, first, I've got to ask you, is euphoria accurate? Are you all horny, sparkly drug addicts? I'm honestly curious. I don't know any teens, and I suspect the people behind Euphoria don't either. But second, very basic. The 2000 election came down to just over 1,000 votes in Florida, which triggered a recount, which turned out to be an absolute nightmare, because unfortunately, many key Florida precincts used punch card ballots. And a major issue with punch card ballots was the fact that on some of them, little bits of paper, or chads, might not have punched all the way through, leading to images like this and non-stop news coverage like this.
Gore's hopes hang by a chad.
Dimpled chads.
Dangling chads.
Hanging chads.
Indented chads.
Lone chads.
Another claim, chad buildup.
A pregnant chad.
The race comes down to the chads.
Yeah, it's true. Much like the 3rd elimination in every season of The Bachelorette, it all came down to the chads. Chad G, you have the eyes of a murderer, and Chad R, you're 5'8", so Chad R, I'm afraid you have to go. Now, one result of that mess was that America became understandably nervous about punch card ballots. And in 2002, Congress passed the Help America Vote Act, offering states $3.9 billion to help administer federal elections and buy new voting equipment, which sounds great. But the then chair of the Election Assistance Commission, which distributed funding for the new machines, realized that there was a problem immediately.
I was forced to send $2.3 billion
to 50 states to buy equipment, even though the equipment was not ready to be bought.
So why'd you do it?
We had to do it. We begged Congress, let us do the research before we send the money, and Congress said no.
So the politicians knew these machines wouldn't work.
The politicians don't care. Washington believes that the machines can't be that bad because, after all, it produced them. So if they won the race, how bad could the machine be?
The machine can't be bad because it produced me. That is some faulty logic right there. It's like saying reverse cowgirl is the best sex position because it gave us Abraham Lincoln. I mean, it absolutely did. That's just a fact. But correlation does not equal causation. And reverse cowgirl does not equal Abraham Lincoln unless you're one of these two fuck machines. Look, he brought the log, she brought the cabin. That's just a history fact that I'm not willing to argue about. So, states rushed to buy electronic voting machines before they were ready to be bought. And there were already some red flags. One machine in Iowa had 300 ballots fed into it and somehow produced 4 million votes. And to meet the demand, at least one company outsourced production of the machines. And as reporters later found, quality controls were sometimes close to non-existent.
Maraming bansa na hindi nakakaalam na sa Pilipinas nanggagaling ang voting machine.
Vivar says he worked on thousands of voting machines shipped to the United States with what he says was virtually no testing done on them. Originally, a fraction of the machines underwent a so-called vibration test. And what was this quality control test?
Sinishake nila yung machine.
Yeah, that's it. They tested the machine by shaking it. Which is weird, because the only time you should ever shake a voting machine is when you're voting for Jill Stein, in which case, that's actually how you do it. You walk in, you shake the machine, and you leave. Trust me, the machine will totally record your vote for Jill Stein, just like you and I both want it to. That clip is actually from 2007, but a shocking number of machines bought back then are still in use. And aging machines can be a real problem. Some counties have found that the glue holding the touchscreen can degrade, meaning that over the years, the screen can slip out of place and register votes incorrectly. And the danger isn't just machines going wrong by accident. There's also the threat of someone gaining control of them for their own ends, because voting machines are technically computers, and computers, of course, are hackable. And it can be far easier to control a machine than you might expect, as this hacker demonstrates on a model currently used in at least 18 states.
All they have to do, this bad actor, would be to open up this machine by pressing this button right here. When it's off, removing the card reader, removing this, you don't need any tools to do this. Unplugging this, again, you don't need any tools to do this. Turning it on, all you have to do is pick this lock here with a ballpoint pen. Open this up, press the red button, and we're gonna let it boot up here. Just click cancel and OK. And now I have full admin access under 2 minutes.
Holy shit! That should have been a lot more difficult. You want hacking into a voting machine to be at least as difficult as breaking into Fort Knox, which incidentally is really hard. You need to build a big giant wooden horse. You roll it up to the gate, and then you wait for all the guards to say, that's a fucking A-plus horse right there. Let's put that inside our fort where the gold lives. And then, while they're distracted trying to drag the horse in, you sneak in the back door and you steal the gold. It takes a lot of work, but trust me, it makes you value the gold much, much more. Now, hackers find vulnerabilities in voting machines all the time, and we've not always been great at responding. A Finnish man named Harri Hursti once found one of the most severe security flaws ever discovered in a voting system, and he alerted the company who made the machine. They created a patch to fix the vulnerability, which is good. Unfortunately, while they put the patch out in 2006, we know the state of Georgia just never installed it. Because a recent court case found their machines had not been updated since at least 2005. They'd essentially been hitting the Remind Me Tomorrow button on a critical security update for over a decade. Meaning Georgia's election systems operate at the same level of technical proficiency as every dad. His laptop weighs 21 pounds. he has a Yahoo mail address that he can't open because it only receives porn, and he has a Hotmail address he can't open because it only sends porn to his Yahoo address. His life is a beautiful mystery. And look, voting machine companies and election officials will tell you that hacks like that one take place in very controlled settings, and that it would be difficult to do that in an actual booth without people noticing. But it is not always as difficult to get some alone time with a machine as you might think.
Professor Ed Felton of Princeton performs an exercise every election day. He drives around Princeton to various polling locations, and he follows the prominent signs that say voting here days before the election, and then he takes photographs of unattended voting machines just sitting there. And that's for him to document that anybody can walk up to his voting machines and anybody can manipulate them and nobody will know.
So to recap, I've now shown you how to hack voting machines in less than 2 minutes and how to find unattended voting machines. It's the kind of important educational work we do here at I Really Hope Putin Doesn't Watch This Show with John Oliver. And to be clear, you don't have to actually have hands-on contact with a voting machine to hack it. If it's connected to the internet, you can get into it from anywhere. Although on that front, many election officials insist you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Our machines are not connected to the internet, and they're not going to be connected to the internet.
No state is on the internet. I find it difficult to hack something that's not on the internet.
Our voting systems are never connected to the internet.
Okay. So first, let's deal with this, because I am aware that that man is a lot. His name, and this is true, is Stan Stannard, and he's not in fact a Zach Galifianakis character. He's a real human and was actually the clerk for the largest county of Texas until just last year. This was his official photo, and come on! There is nothing I don't like about that picture, besides the fact that it simply hasn't winked at me yet. Oh, Stan! Right back at you, Stan at the Manor. Although I will say this, for a guy so sure that his voting systems are not connected to the internet, watch what happens when a reporter asks a very basic follow-up.
Are the Harris County voting machines connected to the internet?
Never.
So is it ever connected to a modem?
No. Well, no, I say that. It is a secure modem where we dial to an old-fashioned landline to one of our 4 drop-off sites.
But that's the internet, Stan! You literally just described the internet! It's like you said, I've never eaten a banana split. Only for the reporter to ask, then what are you eating right now, Stan? Why, it's just bananas and ice cream topped with fudge. I call it a fruity phantasm. Why? So, some machines that officials insist don't connect to the internet actually do connect to the internet. And even some machines that don't connect directly to the internet are programmed with cards that have themselves been programmed on computers that connect to the internet. So your voting machine isn't connected to the internet the same way your Alexa isn't recording everything you say and sending it directly to Jeff Bezos. It's totally not doing that, except for when it's totally sometimes doing that. The truth is, every voting machine can be tampered with in some way or other. If I may quote an extremely upbeat axe murderer, pretty much everything is hackable. So the solution isn't to make unhackable machines. That's impossible. Instead, we should be making them as secure as we possibly can, while also creating systems so that we know for sure when a problem has occurred, which is an issue, because there is good reason to believe that at least one individual might try and exploit the vulnerabilities in our current system.
Is Russia, as Robert Mueller alleged, attempting to influence the 2020 elections in the United States?
I'm going to tell you a secret. Yes, sure, we're going to do that. This is... Don't tell anybody.
Listen to the laughter in that room. Putin is killing, and not just in the normal his political rivals way. Now the good news is there is actually a consensus on what we should do here. Specifically, that after each election we do what's called a risk-limiting audit. That's where we take a small percentage of the paper ballots at random and make sure that they match what the machines recorded. It's pretty simple. Unfortunately, most places don't currently do them, and some actually can't because they use the machines that we mentioned earlier, where you vote directly on the machine and there is no paper trail at all. They are called direct recording electronic voting machines, or DREs, and they are very bad. If something goes wrong with one of them, you would basically never know because you can't audit the results, and things have gone wrong. In one local New Jersey election, a husband and wife were both running for seats on their county's Democratic committee. The DRE machines said that they lost, but they were in the unusual position of actually knowing that that was a mistake.
I knew 33 of the people that voted for us, and we lost 33-10. And I knew that that wasn't the case.
The results had been switched with those of their opponents.
We started calling people that we thought we knew voted for us, because it was just in this district of this township, and we know everybody in this district.
It's true, that woman literally went around and got signed affidavits from people saying that they had voted for her, which means one of two things. Either the machines switch the votes, or people will sign anything to avoid a face-to-face confrontation. Hi, Cynthia. Yes, sorry about that election. I was really sad because I totally voted for you. What's that? You want me to affirm that statement under penalty of perjury? Well, that definitely sounds better than having this conversation, so fine. I'll sign anything to get you off my fucking porch, Cynthia. But the fact is, unless you happen to personally know everyone who votes for you on a paperless DRE machine, there is no way to verify the results. It's a pretty good case against them, which makes it, frankly, completely insane that New Jersey not only still uses them, but plans to keep using them for the 2020 election. And it's not just New Jersey. In 2016, 20% of voters voted on paperless DREs, and an estimated 12% will use them in 2020, meaning 16 million Americans spread out across all these states are set to be voting on machines that pretty much everyone agrees are deeply, deeply flawed. And if they malfunction, there could be no way of knowing, which is absolutely terrifying. Because what we have to do here is obvious. It's so obvious, in fact. Even this guy understands it.
One of the things we're learning is it's always good. It's old-fashioned, but it's always good to have a paper backup system of voting. It's called paper, not highly complex computers, paper. And a lot of states are doing that.
Yeah. He's right. That's it. He's just all the way completely right. It is called paper. Paper is not a computer. It's paper. And a lot of states are doing it. Now, I'm sure everything he said around those 16 seconds was some combination of wrong, racist, and horny, but for a brief, glorious moment, he was just absolutely right and probably slightly horny. And look, the good news is, earlier this year, the House approved $600 million for states to buy new machines, with the requirement they not connect to the internet and provide a paper trail for mandatory audits. The bad news is, the Senate has got its own plan providing less than half that amount of money with none of those requirements at all, which is simply ridiculous. We can fix this, and we must fix this, because it is critically important for people to have confidence in our voting machines, and we should have more faith in our system for choosing our leaders than we do in the one that inexplicably keeps Sean fucking Spicer doing the cha-cha on national television. And now, this.
And now, our annual look at what happens when local news and Halloween collide.
Halloween, Halloween,
It's gonna be a good day. I'm glad to that end. Thank you so much for having us here.
My strapless bra is at my belly button right now. That's
What are we supposed to do about that?
Dana found this in the newsroom, which I thought was fitting since this is what I get called on a regular basis.
A witch?
That's myself.
Close.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. And we were blessed with some snow this morning.
What we're seeing out there for today's fire danger, it's finally getting a bit lower.
It takes extra effort to fight through the puddles and the spray coming off the vehicles on the interstate.
And there was another spot where we had one crash, and that is out on 275.
Oh, hold on.
No.
Yes.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night.
never started to because the babe said physical restraint is what you're craving. So I put my earnings in a high yield account. Let the savings compound and the interest amount. I'm optimizing cash flow, get a check now. Time is my friend and now we're taking the neck. And we've got a little cash to rebuild the old deck.
Boring money moves make kind of lame songs, but they sound pretty sweet to your wallet. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Good. You go down. You go down. You use the bathroom. Bathroom. You can go bathroom. Go use the bathroom. Look. Good. Good. Feel good, girl. Feel good, girl.
And let's dive straight in this week with what we've been calling Stupid Watergate 2.
What?
Team City Team.
Meet Swibbler, the AI book writer that transforms your ideas into fully developed chapters, with pre-made templates for all genres.
Team City Team versus Team MFT. Decide. Match, select, commercial 3, flash, 40 minutes. Time.
Excuse me, LA Knight. What?
I just hope for the
This week we learned that Sheamus is unable to...
WWE Universe's sake, they enjoy dealing with main out of those moments because there is a very angry Bulgarian Jey Uso because he may lose that ability in a group looking to pick Jey Uso apart and advance in this. Introducing first from San Florida and 42 pounds from Cisco, California, weighing in tonight. It very well could be. Big night for the event. Jey Uso knows what it means to earn Jay passage to the showcase of the immortal, counter the greatest of all time, John Cena. Is what, but can main event Jey Uso for this man? Do it once again. Will lightning strike twice? In here tonight. What a scene. Look at this place. It looks amazing. What an incredible phenomenon. On television, but I promise you this, to be in the middle of this is unbelievable. The energy in this building, atmosphere is special. It is on for main event Jey Uso. And now it's time to get serious. scowl on the face of the dangerous Rusev. The scowl. I am coming for you, and I'm gonna walk through anybody. In history with John Cena over the years. Who has had a spectacular last knocked off Damian Priest in the first round. He hit The Miz in the first round. Rusev was going to earn this opportunity against main event Jey Uso, he returned to WWE for redemption. Turn credence on your mission than by defeating the entire locker room. What better way to gain greatest of all time? Rusev looks locked in, and tonight, because we head to the semifinals of the last time we're ready for battle. High stakes matchup here. It's now coming Monday on Raw. The winner of this match, opponent, ends up being tonight. Remember, Sheamus out of action with an injury. It'll take on either LA Knight or whoever LA Knight's a bigger Rusev now, pounding away on Jey Uso. Oh, guess more strategy. Through just obliterating main event Jey out of the gates. He is just pummeling Jey Uso. Ruthless. Suplex. Jey has not had a chance. By Rusev, as intense as they come, almost made quick. Work of Jey Uso tonight. Elbow to the jaw. Jey Uso. Rusev now trying to change the corner. He calls up with a ton on his mind right now, in addition to Rusev. And Rusev, considering that in 24 hours, Jey Uso will be going to war. Flat out power. Just catching Jey Uso by Rusev. And you're right, Corey. Jey may be looking ahead to 4 days tomorrow. Applied, maybe looking past Rusev, worrying about War Games, understanding that Jey Uso. Well, you mentioned moments ago that Jey Uso still, but anyone who dared look past the Bulgarian group, the last time is now determined as we look to determine that usually ends up looking at the lights for the final matchup and the final opponent of John Cena's legendary career. Super head, but trying to fight out of this and create some space for Rusev. Tomorrow at Saturday night's main event. Jey Uso early home for the Bulgarian brute. Jey Uso do it. Jey Uso needs to find a way back in this. Jey trying to fight back in John Cena, of course. Final 2 men of the winter matchup. Come on, WrestleMania. He put a local earlier this year before Jey eliminated Cena. Big right hand takes down Rusev. Up and not able to. Looking for the soft and wow. The takedown now. Rusev slow to his feet. He's stunned and now. Jey into the accolade. Rusev trying to get a favorable position here, and Jey escapes out the back. Great count. Jey doing his best to prevent it from being locked in. Rusev there by Jey. And Jey Uso on the top of the field. And Jey Uso now with a suicide dive to Rusev. Main event. Another look at Jey. Necessary evil when you are dealing with an athlete as powerful. Rusev is stuck. Jey's got to take advantage of this opportunity for it as dangerous as Rusev. Wow, not going to get to just 2. Too many chances covered. Rusev kicks at it. Listen, Jey knows Rusev poses a lot of the same problems Rusev that are all about competing against big brutes like this. Filter did. You're right about that. Check out that block. Similarity with Rusev's a very different competitor. At 1. You can say Uso, after Rusev kicked the look of almost disbelief, washing over the face of doubt defiantly at the count of 1. Jey Uso trying to figure out what to do, heading up top. By Rusev for the win and to advance. And an Uso, oh my! Monster kick! And Jay kicks out. Rusev waited a flight before getting back up to his feet, delivering him up to the last possible second for Jey Uso to take Asuka kick. But even that couldn't put main event Jade. Rusev absolutely down. Really irate now. To put Jey Uso away. And he says it's over. Rusev over the accolade, center of the ring, and Uso trying to make it to the bottom rope to force a break. Malone has taken on so many superstars over the years. And Rusev's got it in. It's in. It is cinched in, and Jey is in trouble. That's one Rusev United States titles looking to put out meeting. Jey Uso here. Accolade. Jey's fading. Jey is fading. That's right. They're making to the ropes for a break. The damage has been done. Jey is back locked in with that free arm. Allowed Jey to essentially out right now. His life, I gotta question Rusev's decision right now. Have been dimmed after significant time spent in the accolade. To allow this separation, Rusev needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal. Uso going. This is for your job! This is for your... Obviously frustrated. Now with a big up. With Jey up on his shoulders. Marking Johnson. The attitude adjustment. Rusev, this is the champion. Got a bit cocky, and he may pay for it. How clear by Jey. Rusev, he does it, but he finds a way from the top. Jey's in the side. Uso splash. Combo. There it is, the old winner. Outrageous win here tonight. You're absolutely right. Main event, Jey Uso. What a mate about that. Jey Uso earning entry into the road does not get any easier because Jey next round advancing in the last time is now tournament. Jey Uso needs to shift focus and get ready for Warfare and Uso splash on the money. 4 games tomorrow night. Here are the closing moments of main event. Jey advances at the expense of Rusev. On Monday night on Raw. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the updated brackets now. The semi-final. We now know that Gunther faces Solo Sikoa. Jey on tonight, and we want to remind everyone next Friday on Smack. So we'll face the winner of LA Knight, whoever he faces, later on down. The finals. The last sign is now. Tournament.
I got my gear on already.
Understand the frustration. I'm sure he'd be happy to oblige.
Look, I have to do this.
If you insist on more punishment, we just wanted to show you how easy it was for us to get
Kathy, you know,
to you.
every week they talk, the rest we understand.
Hello. I'll let you.
I don't get it. It's whereby.
Get your catch up.
Sweet mask.
Oh, thanks, man.
Fair enough.
But anyways, I have to go to Hot Ocean.
You all set for working tomorrow?
You know the answer to that with the advantage match, but when I'm done,
You know where to find me?
I'll see you later. Let me run an idea past you, alright?
Alright.
After the AAA Knicks tag, you know what they call Chelsea Green? The moment is finally upon us. Mexico, La Reina del Norte. Because America and Canada, you get it? Red, white, fighting clothes. She's the queen of the north, and it works on 2 Marine, Cole. I think she has no time for guys who quit.
Welcome. I stand before you not only to be crowned patriots, celebrated and applauded. My second term as your first, but also to officially enter and forth, 2-time most dangerous United States Women's Champion. The greatest women's champ. It is an honor to serve.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket, paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else is no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir. The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You spend all this time making content and filming these videos to get new followers. And when you finally get new followers, they ghost your content, and that's hurting your brand. So let's fix that with this. This is ManyChat's new follow to DM feature. It allows you to send an automatic DM to any new follower on your Instagram profile. So to use this, go into your ManyChat dashboard. There is a say hi to new followers template, and this is what allows you to customize that welcome message. Literally the best way to invite people to resources that would fit whatever problem they're trying to solve. Because any new follower you get likely is trying to solve a problem or learn something new. I have literally broken a record of how many people have ever registered for a free workshop that I did. So to try this feature and all of what ManyChat Pro has to offer for free, click the link below to get started.
As in, not only in WWE history, in the United States history, not only the North Americas, but in the continent of... Now please, as we kick off this celebration, raise your voices, raise your flag with a very, very, very in my name expensive display of pyrotechnics. In 3, 2, 5, 4, 3.
There's gonna be some sort of a set getting up. These are fireworks, all right. This is a time for celebration. This should be a joyous occasion. Look at me. New WWE Women's Champion. Well, Chelsea did call herself the greatest champion ever. No, what kind of a brute by Jay Cargill? It was hyperbole. Now Chelsea really tried a mistake. Maybe she should be cold. It was metaphorical. It was stupid. And even down the ring. And Jay Cargill now with a minute. In the continents of the North America, jaded to Chelsea Green, because we're in mourning. The storm reaching havoc everywhere she goes, putting everybody on notice. You're up.
Oh, you got this. But no pressure. You're gonna win, right? So we're about to have the work and super about
With next to zero preparation time.
Spanish. No pressure.
There you go. And as talented as LA Knight is, I think this might be an matchup in the last time. The semi take place possible match. So this is our final match. Monday night on LA Knight. And Amaya is the winner of this versus Solo Sikoa. match will take on Jey Uso, the other semifinal. Look, there's a long history. See that? Damn.
It was an LA Knight defending Houston.
LA Knight with a collision, taking Miz.
Catching breaks, having to do things the hard way, having to take out, finding himself in these unenviable positions, not knowing who the outfielder is always handles. Because for whatever reason, he keeps
And
that position is.
Against the Miz in one-on-one matchup. Referee in that match was John Cena. The first time they met, boy, the special, well, interesting,
Stomping away. Full circle situation to the A-lister now taking advantage.
Miz, who's had many matches with John Cena in his career, of course, will never stop talking about that. You can relate the highlight, the win at the main event at WrestleMania 27.
Big knee lift from the Miz.
It was the same WrestleMania. Talking LA Knight. Very vocal, as you mentioned before.
Oh, I know, trust me.
And Miz now, having seen his last match, and this is a second chance for Miz. Across the back of the neck of LA Knight, he is silenced. This very big leg hook throw, LA Knight grab. It's a great straight lead.
LA after fast, beat on. How did you buy the Miz? You take the WWE Universe title matchup, to drive it forward.
It will be very beneficial to Miz and Miz. Down with a spinning neck breaker. LA Knight. You mentioned what's been a frustrating time for performers here in WWE. What a way LA Knight here. 2025, despite being one of the most active and this year with a bang for LA Knight in this tournament. Hurricane, Miz on a mission. He's taking on LA Knight in the quarterfinals, an opportunity to advance in the lap. This matchup, this time is now tournament.
Miz doesn't want to let this opportunity slip.
LA Knight trying to fight back into this.
Through his fingers. Miz realizes how lucky he was, how fortuitous.
Victor Miz, though, going to turn it around. Send Knight into the ropes now. Miz looking for his finger.
The circumstance was.
And now LA Knight into the center zone. And Miz has been a step ahead of LA Knight through most of this match. Jumping back, suplex. Mike Knight buys himself some time. Again, the winner, advance on Jey Uso. Corey and I will have the opportunity next to the semi-finals. Monday night on Raw to take on Friday night in Austin, Texas. We'll call it final opponent. And Saturday night's main event on the finals of this tournament to determine John Cena. Peacock 2 weeks from tomorrow.
This saw a lot of advantage match in the women's war games. Understand moments ago. Here on SmackDown, there's elimination match still to come.
Signed Russian
Lion Flair one-on-one with Asuka and a traditional Survivor
leg sweep by LA Knight. Put a packed SmackDown. Into the cover, the leg on Miz. Kicks out an eve of Survivor Series. By Doctor.
Sort of the situation, figure out what his next. LA Knight taking a moment to survey the sixth step is. Because while LA Knight may not personally have been able to accomplish, and anybody who overlooks that is a fool. Like the Miz, Knight does have a great deal of professional respect for what Miz
Grand Slam champion, Hall of Fame resume for the Miz. Miz cap if we win this tournament. LA Knight, though, up to the second. Chance for another feather in the hooks Miz into a super pose. And he's still alive, though. Into the cover.
Take a look at this. LA Knight powering over. Miz survives. Oh, you forgot Martin was Miz's greatest athlete. On the top, suplex right in the center of the ring with this trophy.
He is belt down, has the tights. With that, took out boom. LA Knight kicked to the midsection with the DFT. This is come up, making the chin.
Now a kick to the left side of the head, and it's wisely back to the arm in the leg, but it's still right here. DDT. Again, a cover by Miz, but kick out. LA Knight had a trophy wife once in participation. LA Knight, Miz battling to get to the semifinals. You know, you mentioned LA Knight able to reverse. Wait a minute. Miz going for the skull crushing finale. No. There's a reversal. It's an traditional Survivor Series matchup later on Friday. NFT's against the converted DDT by LA Knight. Both men are down. Semi-finals. No! Kick out by Knight. And that has to be a heartbreaker for the A-lister. Oh, Knight got cute, got caught, paid for it. Miz beside himself, understandably some form of a skull-crushing finale. And Al, cannot believe it, is giving everything he has to LA Knight. And Knight kicks out. Miz is still in this match. Looking for the figure 4. Megastar. Is trying to kick his way out. Oh, look at this! Oh, talk about sync. Can you imagine it? Miz taps LA Knight out to STF locked in now on Knight. It may happen before our very eyes in a matter of seconds. Cena's move to Cena's bread and butter. We may not have to imagine Knight is still in this match. For the figure 4. Megastar. Miz looking trying to kick his way out. Oh, look at this! Oh, talk about sync. Can you imagine it? Miz taps LA Knight out to Cena. STF locked in now on Knight. This move to Cena's bread and butter. We may not have to imagine it. Really reaching for the bottom rope. Knight fingertips may happen before our very eyes in a matter of seconds. Knight does the way, trying to get there to force a break. Miz trying to keep it clean. That finally makes it to the rope. The center of the ring. LA Knight gonna tap out, baby. Miz working around. Drop to a hold by LA Knight. And Miz was trying to reapply. Knight creates some space and would kick Miz off wisely out to the apron into the ropes. As the official Charles Robinson was blinded, did not see it. Helped to execute his own STF. Right to the eye. LA Knight stacked up by Miz, trying to use the ropes to his advantage. Robinson get it. I don't understand. Charles is supposed to be looking at the opponent, should be. Well, he's a good official. He's a senior official, one of the best ever. Shoulders who were down. How's he also looking at the rope where Miz's feet happy? Looking for the skull-crushing finale again. Danny switches. Oh, right, nice finger. Semi-finals. I'm wrong. Force trauma. BLT. Here is your winner. LA Knight was flying blind, came into this matchup unaware, but the megastar survived and able to prepare for who would stand in his Burns entry to the next round. Go. And here we see the Miz and his veteran one step closer to a date with the instinct. Raking the eye. All the FBA's execution got caught by Charles LA Knight. Winning combination, Miz got Rick Swanson and opened the door for the Megastar TNT star. The slam and trap. 1/4 Solo Sikoa, get ready. Semi-final. The set comes for Solo. Jay Knight on left.
Okay, all right. Let's huddle up as a team, okay? And I don't want to shame anybody, but I'm gonna. Here, huddle up. Okay, all right. Okay, we need to remember what's important. % success rate when it comes to word games, and it's okay? Because there's only one person in this room with a 100
year of career by causing an injury is the fact that Charlotte Flair was all completely valid points, but stands out the woman who ended up WrestleMania. Is that human? She could be the WWE history. Charlotte, a 14-time world champion. Two of the most decorated superstars in champion. Two-time tag champ, two-time NXT champ. Asuka, a Rumble winner, just like Charlotte. 5-time tag team champion. She's won the world title 4 times. She's on this Money in the Bank, one half of the current tag team champs. And we are underway. Who will get the advantage in War Games? No matter how you slice it, no matter what the result of this matchup winds up being, Flair's team can be effective inside War Games. I still have a very hard time believing that Charlotte put too much turmoil amongst the members of that team. Let's talk about Lynch, who all of a sudden, I don't see how they present a united front to take down I think she's the captain of her team. You don't think that's going to rub people the wrong way? One woman has a 100% success rate. That is the way. It may rub people the wrong way, but the proof is in the pudding. The only man you can either follow the man's lead or decide, I'm still not wholly convinced that Charlotte Flair and Alexa can get out of the way. Meanwhile, on the other Simplicity like each other. We know there's a rift between settle down. They had a conversation. It's one thing to say you're going to get Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair. Yeah, but that's been settled. It's long. It's another to actually do it in the confines of battle on the apron. Fake out Charlotte there, took the match beyond. Warping. A boot by Charlotte as they take advantage. Not something you see very often. Outside of things, Corey, we know now that the Vision and Drew McIntyre in San Diego. And Brock Lesnar will have the advantage of their Usos this past Monday night on Raw. War Games matchup tomorrow night. That's because Logan and Drew knocked off. Charlotte Flair making the climb to the top turnbuckle.
Airwick Essential Mist Diffusers, perfectly portable, quick change fragrances make any space fragrant and inviting.
Come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards, and descriptions of all of your videos with just the click of a button. Go now.
In just a sec, I'm going to speak with a different accent. And just between you and me, I don't really know. First, let's change it up so that I can fit in with the locals in Melbourne when I visit next month. Whoa, yeah, man, this is sick. Okay, let's try a different one, see if you can guess. My love is like a red rose.
Asuka rolls through, covered out by Asuka, kick out by Charlotte. What does she have in mind? Body, Charlotte. Oh, man, the quickness of Asuka game. To this day, one of the most lethal strikers in the Queen May kicked the paint and severed the pulled the features off of Asuka's face with that boot. Good. The wars these two have been through. All of that. Big boot right. Another look at this. The grill of the Empress of Tomorrow. Another chapter being which one of the teams will get the advantage in War Game in this tremendous rivalry here tonight to determine tomorrow. Take control of this match. Chop back the chop finally floors Asuka. And bring the advantage to her team. She's doing just that. Vintage Charlotte Flair. Into the clothesline. Land to Asuka. And kept up as she's in. All the way to control the Empress right now. Trying to place Asuka in position. The Queen is rather comfortable to the top rope. Background in the skies. Heading up, Charlotte with no salt past Asuka. Is it enough? once again at this big Asuka still had too much left in the tank.
On Asuka.
Beautiful German by Charlotte. Asuka able to keep herself on it. Nia Jackson flash legend inside Cormier. Look at her shoulders, preventing a pinfall from being attempted. And the Empress answers with one of her own. Asuka now with a standing switch.
You can never count Asuka out of a match. Oh, there's a kick to the
Work that right hand, and Asuka answered with a sliding knee.
right back of the head.
There, Island for a cover.
And a kick out.
Early tonight, but tomorrow, 24 hours after competing in exhaustion, will play a factor. Not even necessarily this grueling singles match. What will be left in Asuka's tank? 4 games depleted. What will that mean for their team? What will be left in Charlotte Flair's tank? Will they end it? Big.
Asuka took a bit too much time, and Charlotte almost stole one there.
Knee between the eyes of Charlotte. Jumping into the armbar goes Asuka.
Charlotte trying to roll over and prevent this. Asuka trying to lock it in on Charlotte, center of the ring.
Past the shoulder underneath Charlotte Flair's chin to complete the truck. Able to get her knees underneath, and that's going to mitigate the pressure. And Asuka get angle.
Now Charlotte, look at the strength of Charlotte. She's power. Gonna try to power her way out of this. Oh, and a sit-out power pump. Into a cover. Charlotte cannot believe she didn't put Asuka away. Asuka gets the shoulder up. There.
Been a little bit of recovery. Charlotte and all her push. Asuka rolling to the outside, looking for a moment of respiration. Moving toward Asuka on the outside. Outside, look out, Paul.
And Asuka. This. And Charlotte Flair may have taken control. Now to count of 4. Asuka trying to miss Charlotte. Oh no! She just did her timekeeper birthday over there.
Bouncing Asuka face first off the cowl of our announce deck. Now Charlotte looking to capitalize. Can Charlotte finish the job and procure the advantage for Asuka counters? Asuka lock! The Asuka lock is her team. Flair stepping into the figure 4.
Is Charlotte going to tell after the Asuka lock? Charlotte wins the advantage from selection. Cover.
Here is your winner. What a gutsy effort. Charlotte Flair! By Charlotte Flair. And it couldn't have. The advantage goes to Charlotte Flair's team. Come at a better time or with higher stakes. Tomorrow night inside War Games. And Charlotte Flair, then we see poor Shockmaster Jr. getting misted in the eye. Natural selection. Turning Asuka. Charlotte out just long enough to gain the advantage. Confident in the advantage in War Games. Cannot wait for the match beyond. Tomorrow night. But before we get there, we take it old school. A tag team matchup. And Solo Sikoa leading traditional 5-on-5 Survivor Series. His team of MFTs to the ring for free 30 minutes next for battle against Team Sami Zayn. Commercial. Survivor Series, tag team. The super mandatory as the big matchup. The NXT is led by that man. Solo coming on Monday night. The semifinals in a major task away Solo Sikoa. What's at stake for the last two times now tournament versus Joker? Tonight for Solo, it's proven. Solo has a chance to prove and the entire WWE universe that he is WWE officials, the entire WWE rock, who he says he is. That the MFC is at day now. This is the proving ground tonight for Solo and Cuthbert, as Solo is proclaimed for months and months and months now. And hey, let's not forget, Solo Sikoa actually beat in a couple of weeks. John Cena a couple of years ago at Crown Jewel. He'd love to do it again. Forget Corey Graves, Andre the Giant, Butch Reed, Wellness Survivor Series. The very first one, King Kong Bundy, One Man Gang, Rick Rude, Nick Matera, Paul Orndorff, setting the stage against Bam Bam Bigelow, Don Morocco, Hulk Hogan. I was fascinated by this tradition. Well, as an aspiring WWE, my favorite Survivor Series team of all time, Ultimate Warrior, the Texans were my favorite events all year. This is such an awesome throwback. This Tornado and the Legion of Doom captivated me for that move set. And Solo Sikoa, they start putting machine guns. Let's talk about the rules of these matches. Once this matchup against that man, Chris Sabin, or the most, you are eliminated. This could be the pinfall, submission, count out, or leave ringside. Oh, if you don't do that, your team will force disqualification. You have to go back to the locker room. You must get it out, dragging Sabin. And here's Solo Sikoa with a right hand lead. Controversy. Set up evenly. Solo Sikoa wasting no time, grabbing the upper hand, dangerous as I mentioned earlier, led by this man, so on behalf of his team. The NFT's Solo Sikoa. Think about the collection of talent on the shots. When you look at the NFTs, the opposite side of the ring is JC Mateo and Tala Tonga. There's blind loyalty for it, right? Solo Sikoa talks about the fact this is about respect. This is about having each other's back. This is about that they're not blood. But this is all about being the best, taking out everyone in the path. When you talk about blind loyalty, rival of the Tongans in WWE. It's with good reason. Solo Sikoa is the one who coordinated here. A few years back, the thought of Tama Tonga ever stepping foot into Tongaloa on this side of the earth again. Tama Tonga, a WWE ring, was unheard of. He never thought he was just breaking into the business in Japan at the time. It coordinated it, which is why all of these guys have such loyalty. It was so far-fetched, it didn't seem possible. Solo double team from the Motor City Machine Guns, and also JC Mateo. Tongaloa Mateo, no one ever thought would beat WWE in a kick-out matchup. Former tag team champion who beat Tongaloa and Tama Tonga last year to win the tag in WWE. The Motor City Machine Gun titles. Now JC and to the point that Jason Mateo led the WWE powerhouse of this crew. I would say of all the members of that team, on paper, powerhouse wrestler, great deal of success in Japan and around the world. He was the most likely to arrive in WWE, an Olympic back alone. But it wasn't again. Solo Sikoa, who aged over 20 years with Solo Sikoa, and that happened. And now Sami Zayn, who's had issues. Look at the that's what I'm talking about. Sami Zayn, of course, is the man who took the United States. Sami, will this be an elimination? No. And a kick out. Oh, goodness, Mateo putting on a show. It's championship from Solo Sikoa. Look at that. Sami kicks out again. Low is not forgotten. Really focused. Standing to the United States title. So's been out of that after another week since losing the championship. That backfire spectacularly. Look at Solo and Tala. Again, taking advantage with Tama running interference. Down to Tongaloa. To the legendary tag made it Tongaloa. Which the brothers, Kamata's Tonga. Now up over the top, yet dangerous. Maybe the most unpredictable of all the essential MF2s. Kamatanga, tag major solo. I'd love to eliminate Sami Zayn. Here it's all tonight. Solo. Again, we're in the middle of a commercial-free online 5 traditional Survivor Series elimination matchup. No more 30 minutes here on Friday Night SmackDown. This is a elimination yet in this match. And Sami Zayn, lead called over the top. Joe Klein is something. That's his performance. Shinsuke Nakamura and JC Mateo. This industry has ever known. Here we come down to NFTs and Shinsuke Nakamura taking the fight. Painful feet. Shinsuke Nakamura. King of strong style. Tonga Rock, Tonga Loa. Gets a kick to the back of the head. Running knee right to the rib cage, head as well. And Nakamura sets him up on the Tonga Loa thing, crashing to the floor. Watch Mateo. Advantage. Having Toa Tonga means to your team. Just let this bulldozer just flatten the King of Strong. And you just saw the attraction drawing Shinsuke for a moment to allow Mateo's attack. They are such a well-oiled machine that sweaty German.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Did you know designers are using AI to save 20 hours of work each week? Let's make you one of them. Meet Kittle, the graphic design tool that takes you from ideation to creation in minutes. Join over 10 million designers and creatives using Kittle to produce thousands of graphics every day. With Kittle Flows, you can create entire brands, photo shoots, mock-ups, and more simply by prompting. Powered by the world's leading AI models, there's no limit to what you can create. Concept, design, edit, and make variations of your graphics instantly by linking words together and prompting anything that comes to your mind. Plus, Kittle has powerful vector editing tools, premium fonts, world-class graphics and illustrations, and features like real-time mock-up editing to help you tackle any creative project. Get started with Kittle for free today.
Listen, I find it hard to bet against the MFTs in this situation. Patented by Nakamura. Talking about the blind loyalty. Sakura breaks things up. On the other side of things, yes, that leads to chemistry. These guys are always on the same page. Cover. It's all mutual respect, all these new national allies. But you think the Zayn back in NXT. You don't forget stuff like that. Nakamura's first match in WWE was against Zayn. Their bodies being tossed everywhere. There's 7-foot tall Tonga. Tonga sent to the outside. And there's the difference. It's going to take 2 men to set it outside the ring. Well, there's another tag team that does it better. Tag man, Evan and Shelley working in unison. Takes out Solo Sikoa. Alex Shelley legal. Here he comes. And Shelley out. With the assist. Sami Zayn right. Hail Saban! Now goes Paul Tonga Phoenix thinking about joining the party. Over the top, and everyone's down. And still, cut off the pass by Alex Shelley. Another boot to eliminations. 7-10 tag made, unbeknownst to Mateo. Saban with Mateo eliminated. Eagle. Beautiful pinning combination.
Chasing the tail has been
Tag team masterminds, the Motor City Machine Guns doing it better.
eliminated.
Technical wizardry tasked. So Sami Zayn's team, now with a 5-on-4. And it's been proved to be short advantage for the first elimination of the night. Lindsay, you need to make it count while you have it. And Motor City Machine. Cover. Tonga Machine Guns work so great together over 20 years as a team. Kicks out. Tonga surviving.
Tonga very successful in this matchup. He can turn his focus toward Elite. The Mad Dragon has to know Tonga's got that dragon. Those interactions backstage for the past several weeks. A taste for the United States gold.
Yeah, we've got to focus on this match tonight. This match golden tradition of this sixth game with any of the backups is critical. The Solo Sikoa and the NFTs as he looks to connect. But Soho. Oh, he went for the spike.
lining it up. Here we go. Tonga in trouble.
Nakamura countered. Tonga though. And the Lion Saxon time takes down Nakamura.
All that the cutthroat.
And Tonga into the cup.
Shinsuke Nakamura has been eliminated.
Shin's eliminated. It's 4-on-4 now.
Ray Phoenix
Joined by Tonga a couple of weeks ago.
bringing the fight to Tonga.
Ray Phoenix tried to bring a springboard back elbow by Phoenix.
Hey, history. Ray Phoenix.
Yeah, well, that'll slow you. Face first.
Again, we're talking about one of the most decorated luchadors in triples.
Tonga planting Phoenix. Well, for Tonga and his brother Tonga Lola.
Greatness gets you here, but it's about what you do when you arrive.
Rules of Destiny is Phoenix is in Japan, one of the most dangerous tag teams there. Springboard back elbow by
Phoenix in AAA history. Ray Phoenix.
Yeah, well, that'll slow you.
Again, we're talking about one of the most decorated luchadors.
Face first, Tonga planting Phoenix.
You arrive.
Well, for Tonga and his brother Tonga Lola.
Sometimes greatness gets you here, but it's about what you do when
accomplished in Japan, one of the most dangerous tag teams in the corner. And now the double team by the brothers. Oh, the big clotheslines there. Rules of Destiny is Phoenix is ripped him on. Tonga follows it up with a splash. Oh, he pushed him out.
oh my God!
Sit down. He did.
I don't look at the height on this epic spinebuster.
Tonga Loa can't believe it.
Credit to Phoenix for surviving, but Tonga Loa.
I think Ray's in this thing. Resilient Ray Phoenix.
It's nothing short of miraculous that Phoenix is still in this fight.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Come onto the shoulders of Tonga Loa. Ray Tonga in on elimination. Pumps it around. Down goes Loa. Here's the pinning combination.
Loa has been eliminated.
And it is. There is Tonga, the difference maker. Back to a 4-on-3 advantage now for Sami Zayn and company.
Scott is tall. Imposing his will on Red. Straight for a human being. As mean as he is. Phoenix. And Tonga's game is how brand new he is to this industry. Cole, I think you'd agree with me. Perhaps the scariest aspect of talent. He was just beginning to find himself in Japan before Tonga's going to get badder. He's going to get better. He's going to get more for arriving here at the request of Solo Sikoa, which means top comfortable, which means more dangerous.
He's going to get better than now. With Ray Phoenix in trouble.
Believe it or not, it's possible.
And Solo Sikoa and Solo under the spike. Ray goes out home to save it from the top. Lost body. Arms way. Tackle's made.
Kick takes down Tonga. It's a 7-foot extinguisher. Oh, that's save it on fire right now, but
well, that didn't work out.
I think it was just an uppercut.
Either way, and you coming next. As Solo Sikoa knocked the teeth out of Saban's head. If it was an uppercut, I think the spike's but Saban on his shoulders, a back elbow aside. Shelley's legal. Should have done now. So, by the leader of the NFT tag made. Dream sequence of offense. The machine guns bringing the fight to Talatonga. Now Sikoa. Uh-oh, they gonna call for it? They're called for scope, turning their attention back to the leader of the MFTs. Solo bones, perhaps. The move that won them the tag team titles and distracted of the NFTs. At the expense of the Tongans. Yeah, but Kala had the efficient. Tonga just tagged himself in. And the choke slam on the apron. Oh my God. To Shelley. The dirty work on the outside. Tonga cover.
Alex Shelley has been eliminated.
We're back to even 3 apiece. Tonga back to his feet. They want to turn around. Chris Saban, crossbody caught. Up across the shoulder, Saban fighting before. Oh, bang! What a clothesline. Cover. Play out. For a sunset flip, but not against. Oh, look at the foul by Tonga. Now the MFTs with a 3 on.
Saban has been eliminated.
So it's down to Sammy, 2 advantage. Chris Slay. Sami Zayn cannot like his chant. What I'm about to say. I don't think you could hear anything you said out of that basis right now. In fact, I bet you Sami Zayn would agree with the valid point. Big kick by Phoenix, staggers the big man. Big kill a couple of weeks ago. That's my point. Ray Phoenix, again, had a matchup with this. Tyler Tonga continuing to improve, continuing to get better under the bloodline, who learned a lot from the tribal chief. Kulik and Solo. Once upon a time, there was a young gun, and he's now leading his own family. Ray Phoenix, how is that Ray Phoenix? But of course, you see this Ray Phoenix doing this. He also just got kicked in the brain by you. I'm drawing parallels to Solo Sikoa. Ray Phoenix rise from the ashes. I'm a Tonga now, the legal man. Walking the tightrope. Goodbye. Oh, I thought he did, but that Ray Phoenix. Tonga takes advantage. What an amazing recovery by Phoenix. Take it out, Tonga and Solo. Phoenix, that was awe-inspiring. Phoenix showing the world who the hell he is. Tonga about decapitating Phoenix and oh God! Sami Zayn is all alone. A 3-on-1 advantage for the NFTs.
Ray Phoenix has been eliminated.
Hey, listen. Sami wanted this. Sami brought a lot of this out. So, picking a fight for the NFTs. Sami's not going to back down. He won't go down. That's the danger. And he's about to fight. No one in his corner. Traditional Survivor Series tag matches. And Sami Zayn would love to hear himself announce that he's trying to take the fight to Tonga. And a big uppercut. Old Survivor here tonight. It's becoming more of an FT's tee-off on the underdog of the underdog. Unlikely by the moment as the end round. Tonga is just a massive human being. And attack with another splash in the corner. And here comes Solo Sikoa. Up into Sami Zayn. First name homage to the news on Tonga. Back down. Late break on. Tag made to Tonga. Back for that. Striking is the NFTs are just getting started in WWE. And what better It's just trying to find their footing as a whole. A way to announce yourself, your arrival to the roster.
Sami collapses into the cover.
Oh, damn! Lunatic!
Out of nowhere. Sami.
Tonga has been...
So it is now a 2-on-1 advantage for the MSTs. Tonga
eliminated!
Solos Sikoa. Sami Zayn trying to serve.
History has taught us no one has more heart than Sami Zayn, even to his own inside Sami Zayn. But in this situation, physical detriment, there is nothing resembling quit. Perhaps he should look for a little quit. Find some.
Daddy, face first into the ring post. They get some time. That's Tonga trying. Sami Zayn's his own worst enemy.
Uppercut rocks the jaw of Zayn.
This will be a disaster.
Big man got a little overzealous. Sami Zayn now scrambling.
Tonga up over the top. And into the timekeepers and back into the ring. Now the official counting. Tonga's been counted out. He's counted out. Tonga. Sami's got a chance. It's Solo.
Has been eliminated.
Coming out. He beat, remember, for the U.S. title. Wow. It's the spinning Solo.
How is this happening? I don't know what Zayn taps into. Spinning solos. Zayn kicks behind it, but after not one, but two out. But this big man is perched up top.
Yes, in a cover, and again Sami kicks out.
End is near.
Solo Sikoa with a splat.
Neither can Solo.
Here's the thing for Solo, Corey, right?
I can't believe it, and I guarantee you
He has made it his mission over the past couple of months to eliminate a chance to do that. He's getting frustrated. The Solo has made multiple Sami Zayn. After Zayn took the United States Championship from him, he's got
promises to the entire MFT, to the WWE Universe, Jeopardy becoming a liar in front of the world. To himself, this is where he would shine. Solo's
a liar in front of his team. Critical month away. Sami Zayn trying to reverse things, and he does. This moment for Solo here, with Sami up on his shoulders, higher from the powerbomb for the win over Solo.
Sami Zayn is down. Solo Sikoa is down. One of these two. Survivor Series Eve, as we prepare, will be the sole survivor on Survivor War Games.
This is the unpredictability. This is the it's so great each and every year. Excitement that made the traditional Survivor Series matchups. Sami Zayn.
Restless partner keeping you awake? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a better mattress. And right now, you can upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic for only $54 a month. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else is no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir. The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir. And it's Solo now. Exchanging blows in the side. Back in the ring. Sami has no idea where he is. Headbutt. Good Lord, does he? I guess he does. Sami! Explorer suplex! Yes, it is again. He is. Sami's got 3 members for the MFPs, and now Sami went for the movement to do it. He was down. He's the home man of his team, and he ran into a super kick. Sami rolls him up. It's over. Did he kick out? Watch the spike. Solo kicked. He did. And now the spike almost is Here's your Soul Survivor. To save from out of nowhere, and Sikoa! Here is your winner, Solo Soul Survivor tonight. Monday Night Finals. For the last time is now tournament. He could get out on Raw. An opportunity versus Gunther. And to say a tremendous weekend for Solo Sikoa.
Solo's going to win his confidence at an all-time high after that this weekend and headed to Monday Night Raw with the wind at his back.
Becoming Soul Survivor against the Samoan Spike. Turn Sammy's lights out. Extremely game Sami Zayn. But that's what a win for Solo and company. Tease. Solo Sikoa, the Soul Survivor. For the end. The most one, who's on here? And then Solo, the Wyatt 6. Turn around. Uncle Howdy! All from behind! Shift around again!
It was a major equalizer, the OTC was. OTC one dominance. The Paul Heyman shocking acquisition Vision's War Games team. For the beast incarnate Brock Lesnar. From what will happen in San Diego. The teams off. And now we're just 5 days away. Build up 5-on-5. We know where we're going. The series. The only question left. Going we're heading for war in San Diego at Sundays. Which team gets the advantage? Find the answer to that and later on tonight.
Watch me.
Friday night, Cody Rhodes called War Games his Buster smacked up again at the mighty end. Bloody Cody Rhodes. It was an enraged Cody who got revenge again. Here in Oklahoma City, this K-pop center against the Vision, and now makes his way through to arrive at a ring with so much teammates like Saturday. Shared history with a man who now will be his.
By Drew McIntyre on SmackDown may well have been SQB1 and nearly served to enrage the Cardinal era, simply didn't finish the job against WWE Champ Floyd.
Two men who can inhale and out. Two men who can light up in a ring out of racing. Two superpowers. Here in Oklahoma City, sharing a ring.
Oklahoma City!
Admittedly, I thought this that you are indeed a man of your word would be different. I acknowledge that the last time you gave me your word, this is war. It was for a match. This time, I told everybody to listen why I was involved with.
You know what they say, when a hot sale item breaks, you can save on more things. I don't think that's what it is.
North Carolina is watching. Will you protect our children's future?
Are you looking at 4x4s on Cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Look. Fine. Keep the beard.
Cars.com. Where to next?
It must be complicated working with a friend. But I love you.
You need to show the time that you have nothing to be embarrassed about.
I'm sorry, I knew!
What's What's in this for you? The War Games. I guess I'm just like everybody else.
What's in it for me? On my check. I've been in this. Last test war. You're just now joining. I don't like you. You don't like. And this is the thing. Like me, we don't even really know each other. But there's one thing I know about you. Put it that way. We don't play around. The last time I checked, half of this team, when it comes to our family, is my family. This team, they were in my blood. And before they were on their mind, Usos for a long time. And I'm here to. That means I've been invested in see that investment through. Understood.
Then all I can say is, welcome to my team.
Their team. Here's the World Heavyweight Champion, CM. You people may have a claim to calling him Punk. Face Brock Lesnar immediately. But Greg, the last time we saw Punk was at MSG. He was the one with the kendo stick in hand in the midst of the War Games.
Oh, that he's scared of. Certainly braver than he's up for. CM Punk has never mentioned a most, but we are now getting a little taste of match in history. Resume has to be the most star-studded War Games pedigree. Notoriety all up inside one cage. This Saturn Ego 10 men who have it all today at Survivor Series.
Rhodes, Reigns, we're ultimate headliners.
Did you see Roman Reigns? Roman certainly not used to bristle when Cody referred to him as his team. Playing second fiddle to anyone, neither is CM Punk for that.
is it great to be live on a Monday night in Oklahoma? Oklahoma City or what? OKC. occasion is this in Major League stealing your best material. But listen, there's an occasion for its terms as an all-star. I'm just here to say that I'm glad Cody's got your word. War games. So me, personally, I don't need your word because I think I saved your life. Saved my life. Me and you were cool. I remember last year at War Games, and then 4 months later, you ruined it. So, I ruined your life to give you a reason to stab me in the back, but I'm honestly not worried about you doing that. You're stabbing your cousins in the back. And because if you stab me in the back, Saturday at work on his family, he wouldn't put his Roman Reigns wouldn't be mean to his just family between a rock and a hard place, would he?
You already said it. We're all on the same team. Hey. Here, come.
Yeah, and who said it was your team? Welcome to my team as you extend a hearty. Did I hear that right? Did I hear the handshake to Roman Reigns the last time I checked? Night, this is Netflix. This is not SmackDown. This ain't the USA Network. This Monday. You can be the quarterback on Fridays, but here I'm the champ. And the CNCN,
Why don't
stands
you
for
just pull
captain.
them out? Here's the thing. I don't care if it's your team and measure them now. I mean, this is ridiculous, huh? I don't care if it's your team. It doesn't even matter. Is that I hate them more than I hate you. That's my word, man. That's my promise. But since we're being honest tonight, that's how I look so much better on my show.
Hey, you talking to me? You talking to Cody? He's talking to you.
A lot of unresolved issues from three guys who have battled it. Well, for you to figure out very top way. I thought that was an absolute disaster. Even telling it to War and Survivor Series, a loose of a talk between three men who are supposed to be alliance formed that about where it last. We will find out Saturday at Survivor Series. Please take this. The only reason why you're allowed inside the arena tonight is because I've picked seriously. You are still under suspension. The who to the wrong person, they have the legal right to for the advantage match. If you walk outside those doors and you say who will move you from the arena, that doesn't stop it at all. It's now a tag team. They have to pick two people. I know it. His partner match. It's you and a partner in the advantage match. Is Brock is a terrible movie. Lesnar. He's coming here tonight looking for shooting that Brock Lesnar's name come out of your mouth. Brock Lesnar. You don't want any part of Brock Lesnar. He's a knock him out. Are you serious? No. Waller is obviously Braun. I'm messing around. His partner to Ray Care. No. No. game.
A fresh and primed
Prize of having to take on Gunther in the quarterfinal.
Gunther. There's something from Carmelo Hayes, who goes on the attack. Oh, you know, it's interesting. I'm always going to hear we visit with Carmelo this afternoon, and he's bearing body shots, but quickly gets overpowered in the corner.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Felt that this was the strategy he needed to employ. As you see him,
Mello knows this one is going to hurt however he goes down. His game plan. Gunther early and hard. This is not a night for him. It's just grit his teeth. Get his head down. Hit anything fancy from Mello, and he may have just thrown his best shot.
right back to action. Now, massive shot.
I mean, bounced off the Austrian.
Dribbling up that right hand, delivering that to media. As he feels the power there this week, Carmelo hit forearm time and again. We saw how he arrived here, and that's why I'm so he's posted a pic of Cody and simply wrote, "My cue." Not wasting any time at all. He won with a salute emoji. Powerbomb on the corner. You can see him reaching for that shot for Carmelo Hayes.
It's just been sloppy from Gunther from the off. He's treated.
That left shoulder right away as he delivers the knee, so a good start.
As if Mello is not him. Could start here from the ring general.
It's being right now.
Oh, what a shocking they're connecting to Gunther. Not quite enough. Just expertly delivered leaping DDT. But Gunther is rocked early in this one. Can Mello capital up?
Against Gunther, who many feel is the ties. Employing the strategy he said he had to concede. Of course, this was a random draw, but springboard attempt turns into a massive shot. You size up these matchups. And another from the ring general, Wade.
Here for Gunther, who rode out that early storm and is now taking Look, slowly things have turned the corner hand, much to the shock of Carmelo Hayes.
You get the sense that Carmelo Hayes, if a mistake, he can capitalize on, but that was just what he wants to see. If he can take it to Gunther or neutralize moments ago. Went out of midair.
That's a great word for what Gunther does.
He came flying in and was met with a classic Gunther.
Neutralizes anyone, anytime, no matter their Mello Hayes. And now slowly looking to chop the man down, but their style simply had to absorb early punishment from Gunther. That is one gritty customer in Gunther.
Now you see
Mello Hayes.
The slow, deliberate pace of Gunther Anderson.
Which I don't mind at this point in the match now. Gunther has full
Firing his work. Always enjoying going out the punch.
control, but trying this early on against someone like Carmelo, the arrogance of the fact that he is a multiple-time world chase was just a bad move from Gunther, who simply let champion, whereas Carmelo, as of yet, certainly is not.
Wants it in. You can see Carmelo Hayes in
cloud his judgment pads.
after Gunther. Lane looking for any way to free himself.
Physical half buster. You gotta remember, Carmelo desperately trying to fight his just crazy technique here from Gunther. The third way out there. Such a power imbalance in this. Oh, something else. Worked for anyone. Mello unable to scratch his way to the ropes at a big moment, but now straight back in danger is Carmelo Hayes. Sense that Gunther is a lot of resistance to what he views as an event. That someone can dare put up a fight, dare inevitable victory on his pathway to facing
December 13th in Washington.
This is Buick. Now,
Buick. Exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,500 allowance on Encore GX.
Washington, D.C.
John Cena at Saturday night's main event.
That'll be this opportunity, the honor, as Hayes looks to rally. 16 men entered this tournament. 5 for the Oscar.
Gunther is annoyed that someone could get to what he views as an inevitable victory. Dare put up a fight, dare put up resistance on his pathway to facing John Cena at Saturday night's
in D.C. 16 men entered this tournament.
main event.
That'll be December 13th in Washington. 5 for the opportunity, the honor, as Hayes looks smart to work on that lower leg of Gunther to rally here to face John Cena in his final match. Out down the big man.
I'm impressed by the mindset of Mallow. Hit hard, hit early. It simply didn't work, at least well in Hayes here. As he came out here with a game plan, enough to give him control of the match, but he is not letting his head drop. He's trying his best to be resilient and stay in the fight.
Look at the scene here at Paycom Center, home of the NBA champions in Oklahoma City. A massive crowd tournament, second round action, quarterfinals, a week out, and they're enjoying. The last time is Nego at Madison Square Garden. Gunther defeated the young upstart. Jim Sleeper was locked in. This past Friday, Carmelo Ron Evans, who performed a spirited effort before the Blaze, was able to defeat Bronson Reed by count out, able to survive it. And now here they meet for the chance to win. Here's a quick one from Hayes. And Gunther move on to the semifinals. The winner of this tournament, final match in Washington, D.C., Saturday night's main event, will face John Cena in Cena's historic December 13th.
Hayes, a Boston boy, just like all Boston showdown at Saturday night's main event. John Cena idolized Cena in his youth, would love to have an and this might be the way to get it done, catching Gunther.
Oh, and Gunther turns it right around and locks it in. Look at
my surprise with a move of the ring general's own. That Sleeper.
His shoulders are down.
No let up whatsoever. Not letting his mindset drop.
And right back to it goes Hayes.
Love this one, Carmelo Hayes. Ball beneath a massive shadow of Gunther.
Power play a role.
And is now back on top.
This is where the size and you can see the damage done to that lower back of
Carmelo Hayes. That is like a signature.
Hayes.
Oh, look at the damage done to the chest of Carmelo.
Who did he beat? Everybody would beat. Did anyone? He could beat anyone.
Carmelo Hayes saying, who did he beat? He didn't beat it. Look over the ring, General Gunther is now trash talking. Anyway, I'll tell you who he beat. He beat Bronson Reed, and that is a tough.
Of course, it was Cody Rhodes who gave a major assist.
Tough customer.
Missed. In that match this past Friday.
What's okay with me?
Not many can, but he's hit the division. They give it a shot, a massive shot, and then return fire with that upper.
Way too lightly, in my opinion, here. Just get Gunther is taking Carmelo Hayes. Who am I to judge Gunther on the way he processes it? Be careful of, despite the fact he might not have been a former world champ in his matches, but to me, Carmelo Hayes is someone you have to.
Delivers the big kick as Gunther came running into that corner.
He's at NXT, and from very early on in their time here in WWE, guys who both dominated successive eras in WWE were highlighted and predicted to reach the few. Carmelo Hayes, time is coming, but at the very top of the industry, Gunther's done it. I promise it's that time now.
Bush Carmelo Hayes yet to win. Gunther, the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion, and a title on the main roster. Former NXT Champion, two-time World Heavyweight Champion, and looking to advance right here in the kick-out.
No frustration in the face of Gunther.
By Hayes, who gets that left shoulder up.
This double underhook, so he's been beaten and broken in this match, but his refuse suplex there connecting with a Carmelo Hayes. He seemed to give up. So about Carmelo Hayes, just that. If he can face the Intercontinental Champ, he's not winning gold yet on the main roster. He might get the chance to do. Oh, John Cena. That's Saturday night's main event on at Survivor Series.
We're seeing it now, Grand Slam.
Although, Cena, of course, first, has to get past Dirty
Champion. World Championship. Always go
under that shot just in the nick of time and turning defense into
back to the sleeper wave.
Talking offense in the blink of an eye. One of the greatest movers I've ever seen. Eating Gunther to it. Oh, see Carmelo Hayes. And once again, just
couple times now, he is springboarded what could be power bomb to DDT. Both men down. That's a danger. How about that? The counter. Superb work by Hayes. Can Gunther make just a few? We brought it up earlier. Carmelo Hayes.
Well, Gunther really has made a ton
of mistakes that opened the door, and can Hayes capitalize?
of mistakes with his approach to this match, in my opinion. To progress through to the semi-finals, it simply doesn't. He's acting like he has a divine right to win this. Work that way. Certainly not against someone as talented as out of him. And the two-time world Carmelo Hayes. Well, that talent is slowly being beaten. A heavyweight champ who is now looking for a count-out. Keep an eye on that cadence. Let's not forget that he's fast down Jessica Carr in the ring.
Becky Lynch has had plenty to say about Jessica Carr this week, all on the trip. He's blaming a veteran referee as they warranted. As Lynch failed to attend Intercontinental Champion, he is easily beats it down.
Clearly making a concerted effort on impressed Gunther, having to go back to the coalface here to attack the arm of Carmelo Hayes.
Hayes, in those long leverage that Gunther has.
I'll tell you right now,
look at that leverage that he's applying with all that weight.
Now, Joe, in the wrestling school, that is exactly how they school this deep into a match when you're beaten up. They teach you to do it, and it's really easy to get it right in wrestling, exhausted. And the fact that you're against an opponent who is simple.
Domination!
Gunther just finds, oh, he's not cooperating with you. It is incredibly giveaway, as technically astute as they come, but right up.
Right back to it. Hayes mounting offense.
On the money, with that grounded drop kick, there was Hayes.
Deep in the match. That changes
things, including the bone structure of Carmelo Hayes'
things quickly, doesn't it?
Changes a whole lot of face, who has been completely wiped out with the size 15 boot of the ring general. Just this match has gone on. Acted like it was a general demeanor of Gunther just changed. Roll in the park in the early goings, but now that's a play, and that does not bode well for Carmelo Hayes' pitiless look deep in the eyes of the Austrian as can't help. To that collision with our guest.
Carmelo Hayes draped over the front of our announce desk as he looks to beat the count. And keep fighting on here in the last
couple of times. Gunther has tried for a counter against Hayes.
Time is now tournament against Gunther.
Exhaustion starting to kick in. Thought he was going to have some frustration on the part
of Gunther. Perhaps they have it easy tonight. Oh,
First 48!
out of nose.
Hayes is thinking about it. Oh, but not what? First 48, is this case closed this time?
Rode out the second one with that extreme pack. Carmelo Hayes saved him there as he was attempting to be Goa with that amazing movement, those reflexes to the outside.
This time able to get out of the way and deliver it.
Oh, here we go, John.
Carmelo Hayes is thinking about it. He hit the zone as Gunther was in that compromised position.
Oh, here we
Just lining it up. Oh, what a shot. She back onto the apron.
Just sense that Carmelo Hayes smelled.
Just has his body draped awkwardly.
Glory there, perhaps going up for that nothing but net to finish off, heading it off at the pass.
These shots
Gunther sensed the danger.
are echoing to the top of the Paycom Center here.
Oh, broken metacarpal there for the ring general, and that's it.
Oh, he may have just broken his hand, Wade.
That is everything. And Carmelo Hayes knows it.
Oh, Six was done on the apron and onto the floor.
Just shows you how
Springboarding his way out. Didn't get all of it, but still damn.
beaten Carmelo Hayes must be at this point. Went for I get it at all, but landing hard on the knee there was Gunther. Think a DDT on the apron. Didn't flush on the outside, but the count is rising.
Remember Bronson Reed, and now could he pull a similar upset right? That is how Hayes advanced. He won by count out against Big Here.
Never gets the job done. Count spinning hard. And landing flush on the back of the neck. And head goes Carmelo.
Up and over to Gunther.
Of Gunther, who came crashing down face and feet. And now with a major upper hand first. Onto those thin mats that cover Gunther. Is Carmelo. Can he make it stick?
Could this be? Oh no! Looking for the powerbomb out on the floor. The signature win that Carmelo had. Oh no! Oh, instead he sets him in the timekeeper. Get this.
Well, the count is still rising here. We're up about 5 balls.
Oh! Look,
6. The battle continues.
off the back.
Devon both men down, but Melo is stirring.
DDT on the floor.
Let's go.
He's got to beat the count.
9 3/4 and a ring check.
Right here, right now.
Oh, was back in it.
Lamis, he's going for it again. Nothing
Sticks out, connects.
Hayes thinks he's got it.
Oh, great instincts from Gunther, and
But now, misses.
it follows it up with merciless brutality like only he can.
How did Hayes survive it? The brutality of the powerbomb.
Carmelo Hayes is just on a mission tonight, doing what he does best.
The big elbows into the
And Gunther now just going for blood.
sleeper.
And there might be no fight, but that fight is fading, and the lights are slowly escape here for Carmelo Hayes. It has been a valiant going out for Carmelo, but he ain't giving up, Joe.
He is to his feet, desperate to get out of this sleeper. But he's trying to get to his feet. Carmelo Hayes right back into the powerbomb. On the brutality wave.
Carmelo Hayes is in that ring, but he showed us something. It is always an exhilarating watch. Played very different tonight. Endurance, durable, but it is Gunther who is successful, ability and fighting spirit. Carmelo Hayes has it all and progresses through to the semi-finals of this tournament. That springboard DDT on the outside. This was the moment Carmelo Hayes thought he had it up to just about beating the count. Then turning the dial offense, followed by a stepped up pin and up to 11. Stacking offense upon Gunther, who had to put in a real shift tonight. And a date with destiny in John Cena's final night gets one step closer to Saturday night's main event.
once again Saturday at Survivor Series. And he goes head to head with IC champ John Cena. This
Me van a dejar hablar porque yo soy el rey de los luchadores. I'm gonna put an end. John.
At Force Head, we rise with a mission to deliver craftsmanship worthy of your table. A promise kept with every new day. Force Head, committed to craft since 1905.
Don't just get fit, get hardcore fit. Justin shed 21 pounds. Keith lost 28 pounds. Dina lost a jaw-dropping 31 pounds. With a new shredding stack from Hydroxycut, America's #1 selling weight loss brand. Don't just get fit, get hardcore fit.
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's from your car insurance or taking a break from being the auto-tune guy.
In a couple of days, retirement tour, I'm going to put an end to this. Chingado que me dejen hablar! And this Saturday, I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to take back into my hometown. Their Continental Championship at Survivor Series, I will continue to be the greatest Mysterio of all time. And it doesn't even matter if you cheer for John Cena or not. Blame him. I don't blame him for not wanting to come to this dump. Because he's not here tonight. John's not here and I don't...
He's here in OKC! Oh, for the love of God. Oh, no. The time is now! The never seen 17 moment! Oh, the disrespectful crowd reaction! With a surprise for Dirty Bombay! And it's compounded by this! Opponent, will you believe this? Appearance of John Cena! The leader of the C Nation! And you got very quiet! Is here to test! Is to the cameraman! A little stew? That scoop? Is that... That little Cena? I'll be out, John. How far away is John Cena? Is this in a normal man? I'll just... Oh, what a thunderous risk. Section right here at the home of the Thunder. A real Stu, the cameraman, doesn't seem very happy for John Wheeler. Look at all. He's been on stage. Don't help each other on stage. Here we go. Here brings the scene to watch it. No respect for that. Well, they should be good.
You don't interrupt me. I should drop you where you stand, John. But you know what? You walk away. Because I'm gonna save my energy and I'm gonna let because you have no idea what's coming for you at Survivor Series.
Fine speech, young Dominic. On time. Me, coming from the worst Mysterio of all. In front of the good people of Oklahoma City. No. If you won't fight me, you can come get some. Then at Survivor Series, if you want some, because the champ is
You just heard him say, stick to the plan. How do you
here.
Oh, get this guy, Wade. That's just pathetic. Lining up a championship and do this now in front of everybody? How do you possibly pay off this little person on Block Cena? We can be the vet guy.
When you start a fight with Dirty Dom, these are better than the original. Consequences.
You heard what he said. Oh, really?
I'm making short work of John Cena here. It's a secret Survivor Series on here.
619.
Dirty Dom Mysterio, a little glimpse into what we are.
Just not as pathetic, my God. But we got the championship match. Wait, perfect. That's pathetic.
Right.
This is what he chooses to do. Come on, no.
Perfect to the face, and now.
No, he's not gonna. No,
Right.
you're disgusting.
Major crescendo going on top.
No!
Both the real John Cena got the message.
Well, I hope it's. How's that a message? That's pathetic. Look at him. Let's go. Father of the year. Here's Ray. And so straight out the vessel of Mysterio. Of course, Tom Scatter says Ray kindly checks on fall into the flame. Yes, I did. Warrior. Who didn't stick. Rey Mysterio, JD, McDonough as
Because this is further fallout from the six-man
Finn Balor is ringside.
tag that we saw last week. Judgment, John Cena, Rey Mysterio, and Sheamus today. Losing out to Madison Square Garden. Well, now apparently it is payback time for at least one of those competitors in Rey Mysterio.
First time that these two have gone was generationally Ray one of the most talented one-on-one, Mysterio and McDonough. To this generation, JT, and he impresses everybody.
But the hidden secret of the roster here
With his skill set.
JD McDonough has been done for some time now, but that secret is weak. Willing to make a major statement by claiming by week coming out in the open, turning heads, another huge victory against Rey Mysterio. A Hall of Fame level victory.
Throughout his career, big headbutt of JD McDonough, he has used that as a weapon. Looking at left arm, over 10,000 here at Paycom of the Hall of Famer. He's looking to rally with the Satam Center in Oklahoma City. Great night here in Oklahoma City. J.D. McDonough is going to be the answer to a trivia adjustment on his final Monday Night Raw on and enforced Monday. Who did John Cena hit his last attitude? Was J.D. McDonough. That was part of that scene out and against one of the guys who took part in that, Rey Mysterio. Span tag team match we saw last week at Madison Square Garden. Taking control of things against McDonough. There's Rey on the tailbone there for J.D. McDonough. Putting up and down his spine, no doubt. The fact that later on he has lightning bolt shoot. McDonough cunning and Mysterio complete control of this one from the off. Yes, McDonough right on the tailbone there for J.D. McDonough. Ball shooting up and down his spine, no doubt. The fact that later on he has lightning Mysterio complete control of this one from the eye, finding his way back to control of this one now, Jeff. McDonough cunning and wide. Lady McDonough has turned a ton of heads lately. Got that massive single. Sheamus was part of that six-man tag last week. He's actually Angel's win against Sheamus several weeks ago. With his shoulder, it was such a brutal showdown. Yes, Sheamus defeated Shinsuke Nakamura in the first round. The reality, John Cena last time is now tournament match in Boston, but that is the news concerning the tournament to continue. Suffering that injury, so forced to draw, and that Sheamus advanced, but unfortunately will not be able. There will be a replacement for Sheamus. Moments go, so he is off to the semifinals. We will be some Gunther advance impressively against Carmelo, and the final opponent for John Cena on December 13th. McDonough picking up the pace here against Rey. Lateral press against someone as quick as just a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty clear to Rey Mysterio. Now Rey returned from injury. Hey, he's been drinking from the fountain of youth because Rey has looked fine. Seems to have the legendary luchador more faster than ever since his return, but J.D. McDonough figured out at this point. By the way, what a moment last week, all together, and they were walking back towards the ring. John Cena and Rey Mysterio and Sheamus were all in. They just had that final moment of turning around and looking back together one last time. Here's the pinning combination! At a sold-out Madison Square Garden, you'll see those three legends. And J.D. He'll get out and then breaks the clothesline. It's stage champ Ilya Dragunov on SmackDown this past part. J.D. McDonough, of course, had an epic matchup with the United A. Again, continuing to blow minds. Oh, really got a growing reputation in the locker room, and with his arsenal, his skill set, his toughness, his management, and you start to see those big opportunities now coming away for this young man from Ireland. Of course, the recent J.D. McDonough as Endeavor is being rewarded. Tag team champions as well. Judgment Day before Take the Gold recently, but they're dragging off and the challenges. AJ Styles, Dragon Lee were able to, he's willing to take on week in, week out on SmackDown. What a show. To the floor! Watch out! No way to want to play. Oh! Out onto the apron and then down on the edge of a reinforced night. Whoa! Smash announced this. That was dangerous. And now back up us to his feet after take. Now Rey Mysterio down that huge blow on the edge of our announcement. J.D. McDonough by the agility of Rey Mysterio. And look, from that position, turfed out of the ring was, and it looked certain that Mysterio was going to connect with one. J.D. McDonough was so quick, so creative. He's Hurricane Rana, leg scissors, whatever he does. But she turned defense into offense in the blink of an eye and crashed behind the referee's back on Finn Balor. She head first into our nice. She tried the cascade of moves within the
Judgment Day, there have been major tensions over the past 7 weeks. Well on by Finn Balor. And here's what I like with Lamont. They seem to have been smoothed out now. Dirty Dom, by beating up the deadbeat dad. Oh, JD, and doing the dirty work on behalf of the Triple H Mega Champ to McDonough and Finn Balor. They are at their best when they've got each other's backs, when they can utilize. Really is when the judge that numbers game against opponents, something they haven't. It is all systems go once again in the clubhouse. Done enough of in recent months, well it seems.
And all it takes is one big one from McDonough with return fire. Bearing elbows right to the midsection.
JD McDonough just seems to have had it in this match. On the one occasion he didn't have an answer for everything Rey Mysterio has been throwing at Finn Balor certainly did.
Three Calendar's Chicken Parmigiana Bowl has 30 grams of protein with scratch made marinara without the price of eating out.
This is a Flowdesk commercial. What's Flowdesk? It's a platform where you can design unique emails to grow your business. Just ask Mary at 5 Mary's Ranch. She uses Flowdesk to reach thousands of customers and keep the orders rolling in. Flowdesk, design emails people love to get.
When you list on apartments.com, renters will start coming out of the woodwork.
Is it the dishwasher?
Stretch him out. Rey in a real tough spot here against JD.
This is not your Judgment Day member, some would say leader, Finn Balor. And all the more assistance here from fellow Jala, certainly the most experienced head in the group, rules behind the referee's back. Look at was exactly when to bend and break the
leverage help from Finn. Oklahoma City. We are just 5 days away from survival. Great scene here in Oklahoma. Finn Balor. Helping out safety to move things around.
About 3 times, Balor pulled that off.
Getting extra leverage, but Rey Mysterio
telling the referee caught him. And now the tables may be around, starts to ratchet through the gears.
Tripped up though.
Turning as the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio.
By JD, who was quick to get down and way better.
What an analytical mind JD McDonough has.
Up the feet of Mysterio.
So shrewd, and just when Mysterio was looking skyward, looking to take flight, Rey Mysterio expected. Sweeping the legs was McDonough, the last thing that...
Oh! What a brilliant!
At the unexpected game, completely catching McDonough. Caught
move by Rey!
I guess 2 can play all there. His head connected with the major dent perhaps in that post now from the cold steel of the ring post.
I feel sorry for the post.
McDonough is up as the count is rising. As the count
from the top rope. Oh, Rey!
Rises, so does Rey Mysterio in the corner.
Classic! Rolls right through, delivers the bump. Put it away, put it away. McDonough! Rey! And that left shoulder able to beat the count.
And for the first time, top gear. But when he don't in this match, Rey seems to be hitting that rhythm, hitting that.
to get that shoulder up. Can you believe this by Mc... Oh, Ray beats the count. Ray Abel done it.
Just watch the athleticism. Shows a full Spanish fly there from J.D. McDonald. Just the crashing down of both of their heads. But in the blink of an eye, this man truly is brilliant. Grows further if you can put this to bed. Oh, watch out, look at Ray! That brilliance, that reputation, I mean, here it is!
And they saw it against Dragunov on Friday. We've seen it in Donna, as he has done time and again. The big win against Sheamus, and here, all his recent efforts. Remember, end of October, and then Ray and J.D. McDonough going to the limit.
He won't be, no!
Finn Balor trips and Trace got him lined up again, Ray.
Second back of the chip. And just on the run over, but keep your hand. On a swivel thing.
Finn takes it from J.D.
The friendly fire.
From MP. 619.
That's an unfriendly fire.
That's a great win by Ray.
Well, legendary luchador, the Hall of Famer, chalk up another improbable victory for the Rey Mysterio, who had to be two-man tonight. But he this is like you see that with Benny Hill shot.
Honestly, Finn Schlag
Did it in typical style with that Mexican block.
And the frustration with Tracy is wrapped around the waist. I think we, J.D. and Finn,
as we need to get Joe Tess in the ring during the Kabuki Warrior. This dance.
I'm going to stick to my pencil strike. Ready, please?
All very unhappy about the injustice that happened to me. I can hear it. You're all here last week on Monday Night Raw. Best lawyers in the country working on it. Everybody's been asking about it, but I have the... You're not going to like this. You're not going to like this. I've been... And unlike Maxine Dupree and that corrupt advised not to talk about it. Referee Jessica Carr, I actually follow... But let me tell you, heads are gonna roll. The rules, okay? Oh, okay? And that decision is gonna be overturned. I'm gonna head for it, okay? Get my title back, and the company is gonna be a lot better. Much. Once and for all. I know, it is a truth. Okay? Because AJ, her mistake costing me my title. But you made a big mistake coming back. You made a biggest mistake you're ever gonna make is locking yourself. Because I in a cage with me. War Games team have assembled by myself the greatest history of War Games, okay? And I know, we beat the hell out of each other. I think I beat you tonight. I know we've had our differences. Like, me and I had it 10 times, but you made me work for it, okay? Actually, you do it. And that brings me to... It's your life, okay? Okay, you owe me a great deal. I know you could... I saved your life. I said be very loyal. And Io was a fool to cross Nia Jax. Nia Jax, very powerful. She too, and we're gonna make her pay. Okay, and that brings me to very strong. Okay, not as powerful as me, but she's able to damage my face. But I have great, very powerful. She's the only woman who has ever been bold, strong bones. I didn't have to wear a mask correctly to protect it afterwards like rotten Rio. And that brings me to my new friend, woman version long legs, lash legend. Okay, stand specimen of a woman, fine specimen. Now, with me, I'm gonna take you under my wing. I'm gonna make you a star legend player, and awful Alexa aren't gonna know what hit like I did the rest of these three. Okay, and show them. But
Who is Becky just talking about? That's a quote, that's not my opinion. When Maxine Dupree took advantage of the opening encounter, just like an MSG, to take the IC title from Becky. We're on to Super Groups. Oh, this is going to be great on Saturday.
Oh, Becky, you could have come down here and torn that pretty little face off. Now the old AJ, but luckily for you, therapy worked. But all this bravado, all this tearing people down just to live, it's insecurity. Lift yourself up. I see what that is. See, I don't need to run my mouth. It's fear. To lift myself up. No, I know exactly who. I don't need who the hell I am. To bark, bark, bark like an angry little chihuahua. I bite. I don't bark. And you reminded me of the fire in me. And these women by my Becky, you look my side, they pour gasoline on it. Age with me? Or I get to, and now you've made the mistake of locking yourself in a pit like the old AJ out, and she can do whatever the hell she wants to do to you. And I know I'm not the only one who can hide pedestal and laugh as you fall, not wait to knock you down from that high all the way down. Right, Rhea. Isn't that...
Oh, Rhea Jackson just buried the fight! Oh! Into the face of Nia Jackson now! Lash Legend knows no bounds whatsoever! He's an all-out War Games brawl! Pepper, 10 women, throwing down! But ahead of that War Games showdown this Saturday, and some bragging rights of perhaps a mental edge. Survivor Series. This is incredible. Everywhere, Nick and Becky in the corner. Meanwhile, the Wrecking Wolf, it is absolutely on. AJ center of the ring, Alexa Bliss, giving the best of Asia, but perhaps the biggest danger of them all. Keep your eye on the Lash Legend, smallest reputable danger compounded by teaming with Mairdale. In the midst of it all, with Nia Jax, our bodies are dropping. Charlotte Flair, the size and power and strength of Lash Legend. Legend is something very special indeed. Oh, and Nia Jax. Lash experience there, do not take your eye off Alexa. And Alexa trying to get the best of it as Nia Bliss, or AJ Lee for that matter. AJ Jax. Frees yourself, as does Lash Legend. Powerhouses! Take that back! Shot! I'll take Lash off her feet. Look at these! What happened? Shot on the flag! And Rhea Bloody Ripley can do it.
said you can trust me. I'm all in. Io Sky! And now, up top.
A disastrous what you see a coach. This couple of months of it has been for Becky Lynch in War Games. We'll see if she can turn it around this Saturday.
Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, and Alexa Strong and AJ. So there they are, in the ring now. At the Rivals Jackson Clash Legends, Becky Lynch retreated for the Women's War Games. Asuka, Kyrie, and in quick order.
One over Asuka's team and drawing board was drawing first blood of their slate for War Games. They may need to go back to each as this powerhouse team led by Rhea Bloody Ripley Page. Despite at times a troubled history, there's 5 women on the same between some of the combatants on that team. Where the favourites going into War Games. Taking a look at what we just witnessed between the 2 women's War Games team and me.
You want paradise for toes in the sand. It doesn't get any better than this without the price. Finding a cheap beach house is actually very possible. Cheap Beach House, the series premiered Wednesday night at 9 on HGTV.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance or a break from your car accident. My leg! We got you covered, Bumblebee! For a great low rate, go with the General.
Survivor Series.
Last time is now here. Here's the leader of the MFT. Solo Sikoa. Holly in the first round. Tonga flanking him. He was taking a great last week.
As the blockers start licking your lips, because either way, we're going to get that first. Hey, we are going to have a hell of a showdown in the next round. I agree with you completely. It's power versus the stylistic clash. How do you size it up, Ray? The movement of Penta and right off, but escaping and back on the attack is Penta. The back going big with Solo Sikoa. That was interesting when you get to this second round of the tour. You've really got something to lose now. You were playing all in this quarterfinal. You feel as a competitor, all house money in round 1. You're in.